Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer.
Woo!
That's the Stream Ghost on Secret Crush.
It's not Spooky Tuesday, but I'm still the Stream Ghost.
Always the Stream Ghost. Hello, 6-7. Hello, Valis. Good to see you both. Hope you're doing well. 6-7 says, I'm happy to finish my full workday of game development, chill, relax, and watch a full evening of game development. Wonderful. I'm happy to provide this service for you. So, let's see. I got quite a bit done since last week. First off, I talked last week about possibly having like a close-up of all of the inventory items, which I thought would be both a fun idea and then also, thank you for the loon. It seemed like that might help with the puzzle where we have this overlay for the bus schedule. Just because if you can look at all your inventory items, then that lets you, see what this thing looks like. And then, just seeing it will help you figure out what to do with it, basically. And then even like just the act of looking at it in the right scenario would basically solve the puzzle. So there wouldn't have to be like a specific unique command to solve that puzzle. But unfortunately, we can't do that. Let me switch over and I'll show you why. Just wanted to make sure your headphones are working. Good. I'm glad they're working. I assume they worked?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Oh, right. I need to grab the potato because that was my test item. Open the book. Take the potato. You now have the potato. So I set this up for the potato. Like we already have, like I just demonstrated with the book. You can look at that and it takes you to basically a separate scene where you have a close-up of the book. But my thought was for our other items and also this overlay, it would just pop up in whatever scene you're in. Because with the overlay in particular, like that specific action is like part of the puzzle. And then with the other items, it'd be ideal to see them, in context, but just because of we need to do all this interaction with those items, that's not really feasible. But anyways, so if we do look potato, I think that's, yeah. So as you can see, the close-up of the potato is behind everything else on the ground, which is not great. And also, it's not really a problem that is solvable. Because we need to do the close-up potato as an immobile object. Otherwise, the room description would say that there's a like potato close-up here. And also you would be able to take potato close-up and have the close-up of the potato in your inventory along with the regular potato, which would be funny, but not really what we're going for. So I think there's just no way to make this work. But maybe we can do it in the Playdate version. So I'm going to remove all that code, obviously. I think what we'll do with the overlay is just, have that be a little bit more like the book or the little sweetie, except if you're in the right place, it will actually appear on top of the schedule. It's fine. Let's see. I coded most of the battery compartment stuff for the little sweetie. So we have a battery compartment that opens. This battery art is not final, so that's something we can work on today. I decided just for simplicity that if the battery is currently working, you can't remove it. But then once it dies, you can take it out. And that becomes an inventory item. And then later you'll get the new battery and you can put that back in. Um, I have set up all the email screens now. I feel weird about sharing those. I don't know. It's just like I made a lot of decisions off stream, and I feel weird about it. I guess I feel awkward.
About like that you did it by yourself? I'm very confused by what you mean.
I don't really know how to explain it. But I've decided our character's name is going to be Cameron, which is a nod to Cameron Howe of *Halt and Catch Fire*, which I thought was a great name. And then their partner's name is Tessa, which of course is a nod to everyone's favorite bisexual wives from soap operas,
Now,
Tessa and Mariah.
a funny coincidence is that Mariah is played by an actress named Cameron.
Oh, really?
It's spelled different.
Uh-huh. Oh, right. Cameron Grimes?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So basically, we have a series of messages here. Basically, they have an argument. Cameron, we don't have Wi-Fi. We gotta fix that. Cameron gets mad and like storms out. And then Tessa sends a message saying, "Hey, I'm sorry for what I said." And then a couple hours later sends another message saying, "Hey, I'm just worried about you. I just want to know where you are." And then the third message is like early the next morning. And just, kind of begging for a response and, hoping that she's okay. So there's our first message. I'm already feeling a little like slightly emotional. Like it's hard for me to like imagine a scenario and not get a little emotional about it like this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think I can read these. I thought I might be able to, but
Yeah.
I'll leave them on the screen for a moment if you would like to read them.
Quiet reading time for yourselves.
And then the last one. Intentionally, I tried to make realistic typos, especially in this one because it seemed appropriate for this
Right.
message. And then I set it up so the game keeps track of, I added a variable for each email. So once you have gone into each email once and then return to here, the last message pops up.
Okay.
I'm fine. This is worse than I thought it would be.
Like I get like it can be hard to like tap into that emotion to write it,
Right.
and then
And then when you try to open the last message, the power goes off. I did actually write that one, but there's actually no way to get into it in the game so far. But as you may have noticed, that message is a couple weeks later.
So is that gonna be like the end game state? Is you get to read that message?
Yeah, like that's definitely going to be pretty late in the game at that point. Sorry, I got lost in thought thinking of did I actually plan everything out correctly? Specifically, there's information in that final email that makes it clear what has happened to you, like 100% clear that you have died. But then my plan for the conversation with Brisket kind of required you to have that information. Thank you for the troll hit.
I was trying to think of the most appropriate sound to play to sort of break up the emotion a little.
Shoot. I like the way the information is revealed, but I might have to kind of rethink things a tiny bit. Because you need that information to get through the conversation with Brisket, which that I have not finished yet, so that could be tweaked easily.
Excuse me.
But that was kind of the plan, was that you would know that for sure going into it. Anyways, so the power goes out at that point, and now you can open the compartment and take out the battery. So we have battery art to do, and we'll have to have a little battery when you close the sweetie.
What kind of batteries does this thing take? Standard, like AAA or something more proprietary?
I was thinking 9-volt, but then I realized that the little diagram I drew on here is like a AA or whatever.
Sure.
So I think we'll just make it, I guess, a single AA. Like that seems unlikely that a single AA would be enough power for a email device that has Wi-Fi and stuff. But
Sure.
whatever, we won't worry about it.
Is there something in between a AA and a 9-volt that would be realistic?
I mean, you could have like a C or a D. I'm pretty sure those would have more juice in them.
D batteries are pretty chunky.
Yeah. I mean, just the proportions of it is definitely
Right.
like a AA sized.
Yeah.
It would make more sense to have multiple AAs in something like this, I think, but
Have you decided?
I'm not that worried about it.
Have you decided what the plant that we grow a battery from looks like?
No.
It could have multiple stalks of like fruit or something.
Sure.
That each have a battery.
But like, I don't want to deal with the gameplay mechanics of having to remove and then reinsert multiple batteries.
Can't you just hand wave and say you take them all at once, you
Mm.
use them all at once?
Yeah, we could do that.
Like clicking on any one battery takes all batteries.
Right. I don't know if that makes more sense, or if it makes more sense to just not worry about it and have it be a single battery.
Sure.
But anyway, so now this is empty and we can no longer turn the device on. So that the coding for that is all done. I haven't done the coding yet for actually inserting the new battery, just because we don't have any way to obtain that battery yet. So I figured I'd hold off on that. What else? Oh, I was thinking about the oops. The Rapier Sharp Wit, which is represented by a certificate from Toastmasters or Roastmasters or something. I think that just because it'll be kind of funny, we'll also have a close-up of that one that'll just take you to a different screen if you look at it, just so we can show what it is.
I just had a very stupid idea that I love dearly. It's Roastmasters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a combination. It's like Toastmasters,
Right.
but it's also for baristas.
That's funny because I was thinking almost the same thing, but I was thinking we could actually keep it as Toastmasters, but it's not Toastmasters. It's like you're really good at making toast.
See, I was thinking like it's still about public speaking, but specifically for people who work in the coffee industry.
That's pretty good. Plus, that's a joke way to handle it that is not stealing this famous organization's name,
Right,
which I would rather avoid.
We don't know how litigious the Toastmasters are.
Yeah. Nina Marie, hello, welcome. I hope y'all are doing great. I hope you had a lovely time in Dark Souls 3. If anyone is not following Nina Marie already, I highly recommend it. She's a wonderful game dev and streamer. If you're new here, hi, I'm Robot Spacer. Unsecret Crush is here with me. And we're making a game in World Builder, which is a program from 1986 for the original Macintosh. One of the very first point-and-click adventure games was made with this tool. And a couple of years after that, it was released for other folks to make games in. And I played around with it a lot as a kid, and I thought it'd be fun to go back to it and actually make like a complete little game in it. So we're just talking over some things here, but I do want to show you, Nina, before you take off. We have, I'll just show you the main interface here. We have a fun little email device here, which is currently the battery's dead, but it's a neat little component of our game, I think. And this is, I have a bunch of cheats in to just make items appear and stuff like that. We also have, of course, a petable dog. Now we can pet the dog. It's coming along pretty well. This is the 14th stream of this. I originally thought I could somehow get a game done in, like, I don't know, maybe a month or so, but it's gone on for a while, but it's been a good time. And I've started to work on porting it to Playdate. So it's been a lot of fun. Let's see. Hello, Efton. Hello, Irrational. Good to see you all. Culinary Disaster. Great to see you. Game just gets bigger and bigger. Yeah, it sure does. But let's see. We were in the middle of talking about we have Rapier Sharp Wit as a weapon, which is also a physical item you can drop. And we were talking previously about making this a riff on Toastmasters, which I had never heard of until like last week. But it's basically a little certificate about how witty you are, I guess. Which Unsecret Crush had the idea of making that like a roast masters, so it's specifically you're skilled at being a barista and conversing with the customers, which I think is a good thing to do with it. Thank you for stopping by, Nina, and I hope you have a great night. So what else did I want to talk about? I tried to. We have a puzzle where you need to get a light bulb. But not these light bulbs, because that would be too easy. So I had to add some code in to, like, give you a response if you try to take these light bulbs. And it says, you carefully look the sconces over. Unfortunately, they seem to be tightly sealed. That's odd, you think to yourself. How do they replace the bulbs? Very good question. But I also tried to have a text response to, something like take bulb. But for reasons I do not understand, the game would not understand those commands. I think I removed the code, but even when I had the code in, it would give the same "huh" response whenever I typed those commands. I honestly, I might have to poke around a little more and see if I can understand what's going on there. At one point I was like, well, maybe we can't like override the take command, because normally like taking and dropping items is handled by the game engine automatically. So I thought, maybe there's just some quirk there that it doesn't allow that. But then I realized like we have a bunch of other items where we've written code to do that, and that has all worked fine. So I'm super confused. Oh, right. I also added, in here we have this flower pot, and you can put some different things in the pot. So, for example, add potato. Use your hands to push some of the dirt aside and make a small hole. You place the potato in it, then cover it with the remaining dirt. And then we'll also need, actually, do I have the light bulb? Okay. Insert light bulb. So now both of our items there. And I decided to code this by making a hidden room that you can't ever actually go to. Just because it occurred to me that this was easier than just, using variables. Because the variables in this engine are like a letter, a number, and then you can only assign them a positive integer. So it's not the best variable system. You kind of have to write down what all your variables stand for and stuff. So it occurred to me that I could just make this flower pot storage room. Like there's no way to get to it. It's all closed off, so you could only get to it if we had code to move you there. But I can just put the items in there. Let's open up this code. So if you type drop, add, insert plant, pot, or berry, and also mention the potato, and you have the potato, then it will move your potato to flower pot storage. And then later in the code, we can check if potato is in flower pot storage. Then we can update the room description to mention that the potato is in the pot. And then also later, when you water the pot, something will happen if you have all the correct ingredients in there. So I think that'll work out nicely. And that's pretty much everything I wanted to go over. So let's start working on some stuff. The first thing I wanted to decide is our new email sound. We need a sound when you get a new email. I went through all my sound effects that are in World Builder, and we have 3 choices. I think I know what's going to be the winner here, but we'll go over them. So here's chirp. Hopefully that came through.
It's a little quiet, but
that might just be quiet for us. I think the volume's good.
It's a subtle sound.
So that one's pretty nice. The next one is flute. That one doesn't really seem right for an email sound. Thank you for the fanfare, 6-7. I think that one might be a little too dramatic, but maybe it'd be funny. And then we also have, of course, loon. Which to me is very tempting, if only because we probably don't have a scenario where it would be appropriate to play a sound effect of a loon. So maybe this is a good opportunity to get that in our game. Thank you for the hello, Culinary.
Could there be a pond somewhere in the distance in one of the scenes?
I mean, sure, we could say that. Yeah, and like maybe the twisty passage or inside the greenhouse, we could play the loon sound if we wanted. But what do y'all think? Should we do a quick poll? Why don't we do a poll?
Okay.
So again, this is choosing the sound for getting a new email on our Lil Sweetie email device. And let me open up that interface just for folks that came in and may not have seen it before.
So what are the options again?
The options are chirp, flute, and loon. Let's see.
How much time do you want
Turn
for
it
this
on. I don't know, 3 minutes?
Okay.
Seems like plenty. And we still haven't programmed in the actual pin.
I can't.
Waterbird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put Waterbird in parentheses. I naively assumed that being a mod would
No.
get me around this silly restriction.
Twitch does not like us using the word loon, even though it is just, a name of a bird. But, I understand.
Normal bird.
Like, it's to me, like, it seems fine to, like, think that might be something that someone in chat shouldn't say, but, like, outright banning it literally anywhere is a weird decision.
We are talking about birds, literally.
Okay, so we have this little mascot character, and there's a sass button you can press here to get some sass from Lil Sweetie herself. We need to get some more messages in here, which is, I think, another thing we'll work on today. Interesting. The flute is winning. probably my last choice. But I will respect the decision that is made here. Thank you for the loon, Efton. I finally got through all 31 pages of those very goofy.
Oh wow.
Like I feel like most of them had the vibe of like aim away message or something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I assume that was the intention.
Yeah. But I made some notes of other ones we could add in. Oh, right. I also, on a previous stream, French Toast Please brought up the Britney Spears song. What's it called? Email
My Heart.
Email My Heart. And I was thinking about that while I was looking through all those away messages. And I had the idea of a response that says, there's two possible options here. Don't email your heart, he doesn't deserve it. Or don't email your heart, Lil Sweetie does not support attachments. I kind of like both of them, honestly. What if I could vote and cause a tie? I'm doing it. There's now a tie between Flute and Waterbird, so get your votes in if you want to break that tie. Hello, Jabberwocky. Good to see you. What year is it again? In real life or in the game? Ooh, the Flute pulls ahead again. Amazing. Geez, I think the Flute's going to win. Fascinating. Oops. I meant to click Flute, but there's a flush. I'm sure we could all use that. So there's the Flute, which has just won. Incredible. Thank you all for your votes.
I have confessions to make.
Yes?
I tossed in a vote to Flute just to be a contrarian.
How could you? No, it's good. Thank you all for your votes. So that's our new email sound. Let's go ahead and program that in. I just quit.
Did you quit the whole?
I just quit the whole Macintosh. It's,
well, that's enough,
whoops.
That's enough computer for
I'm
today.
actually surprised it let me do that. I meant to just quit World Builder.
The capture is still.
Yeah, it's frozen. I need to fix that.
I guess you were just like, that's enough computer for today.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going in World Builder. We need to first go in the sound library and find the flute sound. There it is. So we can copy that. And let's see, I need my notebook. The way I've been doing things, I don't really need to keep track of all the sounds in the game, but I started doing it and I feel like I might as well keep it up at this point. So, okay, here's our library of sounds we actually have in the game. Oh, Jabberwocky. The year in the game, I don't know that we know that. We determined that the Lil Sweetie device was probably released in 1999. But the game takes place sometime after that. We haven't really talked about how long it's been since then. But my feeling is it's been at least like 10 years. It might even be like present day-ish.
10 years since what?
Since the Lil Sweetie came out.
Okay.
That's the only thing we've talked about in terms of when it is, when it existed.
Okay.
Just because we were well, at least I was wondering, what would be the appropriate time period for a device like this. Okay, so our email, things are going too fast here. Scrolling is often too fast, and then loading code is often painfully slow. So I have to continually adjust the speed of things. So our email pops up after we've viewed all the messages that are initially there. I'm trying to remind myself where the code for this is. We're not allowed to add any comments. There's just no way to do that. So it can be a little tricky to remember where things are. Okay, so this code here is what E5 keeps track of, kind of your progress through the Sweetie interface in terms of puzzle progression. So yeah, so this is the code that it sets E5 to 1 after you have read all the messages, which E1 through E3 keep track of the messages you've read. So it should be down here somewhere. There's some code where we check if E5 equals 1. Oh, wait. Maybe I should just put the sound code right here. I think that might make the most sense. I probably should have put this code in the other day when I wrote all this. It's just like a lot of the code in this has become such a mess, and it's really hard to follow. But I think this is the most appropriate place, because this is code that only runs once, whereas some of this other code basically happens. Oh, right. Okay. So what I ended up having to do was each time, like there's a bunch of groups here that are all very similar. Like this is one chunk of code, and we have another chunk of code that's very similar. And each one of these handles returning to the list of emails from one of the email content screens. And then within each of those, I have to have this code that says, okay, is this the part where a new message is supposed to appear? There's no way to do this in a more efficient way. So I think I actually will. Like, I'll have to duplicate it, but there's only 3 spots, so it's not too big of a deal. So, for example, in this one, it says if you have read all 3 messages, then we move the list screen that has the 4 messages with the new message added into the scene, and then we move these other images out of the scene. And then we set the variable to 2, which means that the 4th message has been shown. So I think the timing of things is a little bit weird and doesn't always work out the way you mean it to. But I think right here is fine. That's not correct. Sound? I haven't had to write a sound code in a bit, but I think it's sound. And then flute is our sound effect. Actually, let's put this before we move anything out. That might be a little bit better timing. And then we have to paste that down here. And down here. Silver, hello. I did not see you come in. If only comments didn't count towards character limits, if only comments existed. Yes. That is a very good point. If we could add comments, they would 100% count towards the character limit. So we probably wouldn't want to add them in most cases, or we'd want to make them kind of uselessly brief. But honestly, like, I'd take it. I'd take that over nothing. It'd be nice to just mark different sections of code, if nothing else. Hello, Bane Two-Face. Good to see you. Silver Streak has a stream tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun. Actually, that's over on Yinwa's channel, right? Yes. Okay. I'll do a shout out for Yinwa as well. But that's going to be Wholesome Direct and Future of Play. I think that's the right name. Co-stream with Silver, Yinwa, and Midi Mayo. Might try to still do a stream sometime later in the day, but Yinwa and Midi are making me get up at 8:30 a.m. on a Saturday, so we'll see. That is pretty early. No thanks. All right, so I think that's all our flute code. So let's go ahead and check that out. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to adjust the speed, so we're going to be here for a little bit. This scene has a lot of code in it, and it takes a long time to open or close it at normal speed. Let's see. While we're waiting, I can do some more shoutouts. Culinary's been playing Tomba. Just started Tomba 2 after finishing the first game. Those games are very interesting. I find it especially intriguing that the boss battle mechanic involves throwing an evil pig into a bag. And then they thought that was such a core aspect of the gameplay. They continued that in the second game, apparently. Hello, Warner. Welcome. I am working on a game in a game engine called World Builder, which was created by William C. Appleton and released in 1986 for the original Macintosh. He originally created it for a game of his own called Enchanted Scepters, which was released by Silicon Beach Software in 1984, and it was one of the first point-and-click adventure games, basically the first English language point-and-click game. And then 2 years later, they released the game engine itself so other people could make games with it. And I spent a lot of time playing with it as a kid, so I thought it'd be fun to go back to it and actually make a game entirely in System 6. So we've been using World Builder and its drawing tools, as well as a little bit of Mac Paint, which is early Macintosh Paint program. What kind of game are you doing? So it's a little bit of a it's slightly a horror adventure game, but like we're not taking it super seriously for the most part.
I would say it's like more vaguely unsettling than horror.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But basically, our initial prompt, we started out, and I've been taking suggestions from chat throughout the game. And we voted on the initial scene, which was a bus stop in purgatory, which is very much guided a lot of the direction throughout the game. Horror in the same way that Uninvited was horror, maybe. Maybe, but I would say even less horror than that.
Yeah, we don't have any, like, demons jumping out at you.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
except for our normal guy.
Yeah, he doesn't really jump at you.
Yeah. All right. Let's try out this email sound just to make sure I didn't goof anything up. There's actually 3 spots where I could have goofed something up, but we won't worry about it too much. Oops. I'm just using a cheat code here to get us all the items. Normally we would have to get inside the house to find this device. And then we just need to... Oh, right. We need to go where there's Wi-Fi. Keep forgetting that. Okay, and I'm just going to go through all these messages real quick. And then we should have our fourth message pop up along with our flute sound effect. There we go. I was also thinking we could maybe have our mascot pop up a message that there's a new email, but that balloon would kind of cover the subject of the email, so that's maybe not the best idea. But that worked great, so I think we're good there. I think the next thing I want to do is draw some batteries. Oh, wait. We also have... I've been wanting to add a cool S to the library wall here. Just because we got to have a cool S in our game.
Yeah.
It's very important. So let's start with that. Let me take a screenshot. Just for reference. What do you think about Apple using Crossover source code for their porting kit tool for games? I use Crossover to play King's Quest VIII. Interesting. Also, I hadn't heard that. I heard a little bit about their new tools for developers porting games, but I did not know they were actually making use of Crossover for that. It's interesting. But I think it's great that they're starting to put more effort into like realistic solutions for developers that want to port games to Mac. Like in the past, they've kind of like just said, well, you know, here's how you do things on our system. And like, it's up to you to deal with that. Mac Paint. So here's some screenshots. I assume screen 2 is the one I just took. Great. Just deleting all this extra stuff here so I have more room to work. I guess that's enough. So I just want to add a little cool S over here. So, I mean, we all know what a cool S looks like, right? I absolutely 100% know how to draw a cool S. I just learned how to do that this year. I might struggle to remember since I don't have one to look at. Oh, God.
Draw 3 lines.
3 lines? Like all vertical?
I think so.
And then what?
And then you connect them.
And then I connect them?
I don't know. I'm also trying to remember how to do it without actually doing it, and
This isn't right.
Oh, no. Okay. I misunderstood what you meant by vertical.
So like, you mean like this? That, okay. And then we do
What?
this kind of... Wait, no. I did that wrong. Why is this so hard? I thought I could remember.
Here. Okay, actually, I couldn't see because your hand was in the way. You're closer to the correct starting point here.
But then what? Do I do...
I think you draw 3 more underneath it that are not connected. And then you connect those 2 sets.
What?
2 rows of 3 vertical lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. And then that?
I can't, like... Since you're left-handed, I literally cannot see what you are doing. Maybe? I don't know. Also, I hope I'm not yelling into the microphone.
This is so hard. I thought I learned how to do this. Warner says, you work as a game dev or software developer. I'm a software developer for iOS and Mac. I have tinkered with making games most of my life, but it's very much been tinkering. I did technically finish a couple of games once when I was very, very young, but for the most part, I start little game projects and never finish them. But this time we're going to finish it. So I'm very excited by that. And I'm also planning on porting it to Playdate, which should be a lot of fun as well.
Can I demonstrate? Or do you want to?
I feel like I want to struggle through this.
Okay.
I think I might need to do this on my own.
Okay.
I did this once already, but like maybe this is what I need to actually learn it. So here's 3 more lines, and then like this is right? Like across here.
Not
No.
not all the
Oh
way. Not
no,
all
it
the
goes
way.
to here.
Yeah.
And then this one goes to here,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
like that,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we got
Yes.
there.
There we go.
Okay.
Now do it again, but right.
Yeah. Okay. So like this, and then we kind of take that one behind, and then we add the points. All right, we got our cool S. We're there. I was also wondering, Bolt's got a nice little cool S emote that has like a 3D effect on it, which might be kind of fun.
Just copy Baltimore's emote.
I mean, we could. But let's start drawing this in Mac Paint and see how it comes out. Hopefully I can make it legible. I want to do it, I don't want it to be too big, and I want to have it at a little bit of an angle so it looks like it was, kind of spray painted on or whatever.
Maybe partially covered by the shrub? Or do you want it to be fully visible?
No, I think it should be fully visible just because it might be a little hard to make out as it is. So if you can't see the whole thing, that's going to be even worse.
Sure.
So I guess I'll pretty much draw it in Mac Paint, the normal way. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 3 longer lines, and then I'm going to erase the middle section. I think that'll just be easier to get them, get all the lines in the correct direction.
I don't really follow what you're saying, but
I don't know how to describe it any better. Like, if I'm drawing these all separate, like, they're going to end up at slightly different angles is what I'm saying.
Sure.
I guess that might look a little more natural. I guess I could try it both ways. I've started doing this, so I guess I'll finish it. And we can also use this to kind of figure out if this is the right size. This might be too big. It's definitely bigger than I was imagining. Like, honestly, I imagined maybe half that size. We can shrink things down, but I don't think it'll turn out well.
One comment I want to make is with the pattern of the brick, if it's too small, it might become illegible.
Yeah. This is a valid concern. Also, I was thinking I could kind of, add some white around it if necessary, but we can't actually do that. Well, I might be able to fake it. That might be doable. But yeah, that's kind of closer to the size I was thinking. Maybe I should just start with that and clean it up. Like, no matter how I draw this, I think it's going to have to have a lot of manual cleanup. Hello, robots friend. It is Cool S time. Cool S time at last. I had to learn how to draw it all over again. Very embarrassing for me. I think it'll stick this time. It won't stick. It seems pretty all right. So let's just kind of see how this looks in place. So on one hand, if this was actually drawn by a person on brick, it would not have, it would probably not be filled in white. Like, you'd see the brick pattern through it, right? I guess you could spray paint the inside with white paint or something. But just for legibility purposes, it might be better to have it this way.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what it looks like if I kind of give it a little bit of an outline. I don't know if this will make it stand out too much, but I think it's worth trying. Because of the way World Builder works, there's not really a way to give something a white outline like this. Like, if you add an enclosed shape into World Builder, like we have here, it will look at the pixels and automatically make the inside area opaque, and then anything outside that will be transparent. But what we can do is we can make some of these bricks a part of what we paste in, so that we have like this enclosed brick pattern area that includes this bit of white taken out. Hello, Mzizzy. Good to see you. I hope you are well. Also, congratulations on becoming a YouTube partner. Very exciting. And Sonneveld is also here. Oh my gosh. I hope you're doing well also. So we are drawing a cool S. Yes. What do we think of this cool S? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Any feedback on my cool S? We could do a little 3D effect. This is bigger than I thought it would be, but
I mean, if somebody's tagging the library, they're gonna make it pretty big, right?
yeah. It's just, I don't want it to draw too much attention to itself, just because it's not a gameplay element in any way, at least right now. I don't know how we could make it a gameplay element.
I still feel like this could just be a me thing, but I feel like it's hard to look at against the brick pattern.
Mm-hmm.
What if it was a sticker or something applied to the book drop?
Mm.
Or is that calling too much attention to it?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I...
My only other idea to deal with the, like, pattern clashing is just to make it bigger.
I can't decide. Everyone is here for the cool ass. Oh, I think I forgot to say thank you for that second follow. Welcome. Great to have you here. This custom shout out makes me bashful every time. Oh no, I'm sorry. I hope that's okay. Mzizzy and Sonneveld, both wonderful streamers. Puzz equals draw a cool ass. Oh man, that would be great. Maybe in the Playdate version. I don't think we can do that in World Builder. I really can't decide. Maybe I should come back to this.
I was gonna say, do you want to do another poll? Or maybe just let it percolate for a while?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll draw some batteries next. Very exciting things. We gotta warm up a little. I forget where everything is. World Builder. Cool S. Why did I close that? I guess I do need some reference to bring in before we can actually do anything in Mac Paint for the batteries. So we have... way at the bottom of our list here. Used battery and fresh battery. Oh, wait. This is just a... Wait, what? Oh, okay. This is the close-up one. And then these other two objects will be the battery that you actually have in your inventory. So if you drop that, it needs to be a tiny little thing on the ground. I did not draw a placeholder for that yet. I copied that, but it's not actually what I want. Let's add bitbox. And I always forget where anything is. Capture bits. copy. That's just a process to turn this vector art into bitmap image that I can paste into Mac Paint. Has my notice about my upcoming birthday party appeared yet?
I'm not sure.
I have a birthday coming up, and I'm gonna do a birthday party stream, and I want everyone to know they're invited. So I did make a little alert message, but I don't think it has popped up yet. My birthday is on the 19th, June 19th, which is easy to remember because it's also Garfield's birthday, a holiday we all know and celebrate every year. Seems about right. I made this roughly the right size already. So what does a battery actually look like? This is going to be like a AA battery.
Want me to go get one?
Oh, I mean, if you want to. It's not necessary. We can use Google.
Sure.
Studio mode. Just capture this browser window here.
I mean, you kind of already drawn one there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the label. Like, I want to put a little bit of a label on it and just some details to make it look, slightly more realistic.
Right.
What am I doing? This process confuses me every time. Wait, did that not work?
Which process? What are you trying to do?
Okay, it worked. Just share my browser without studio mode is specifically the thing I was struggling with. Hello, Slashlife. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh no, Jabberwocky has the hiccups. All right, so here's some batteries. Very exciting stuff. I don't know that I want to do like any kind of logo or anything. I was thinking that for our good battery, the new battery is going to be grown from a plant, right? So I was thinking it might be fun to have like a little like leaf icon or something like that. But for the used battery, we'll probably keep it a little more plain. So maybe we just have like a stripe, a couple different colors. Mm-hmm. And maybe like some lines to hint that there's text on it. Guess we could maybe have a plus and a AA or something if there's enough room for that.
Right.
All right, let's see what we can do. Oh, that's got a USB port on it. Exciting.
What? A battery with a USB port?
Yeah. It's like a mini USB port. I've heard of these things before, but I've never used one. It seems like, honestly, a little bit ridiculous. Like a USB charger would be reasonable. Love the third pick on the second line. Full battery standing. This one here, this Duracell?
I think that when you have a
or did I change what was on the second line?
When you have an expanded
this
view,
one?
I think it changes the layout of the results or something. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I like this plus and the AA, and then we'll have like a stripe and then something to suggest some text, just like a little bit of lines there. That one. Okay. Back to here. Do I need to add any? I guess maybe just add a little rounding on the corners of this to make it look slightly more natural. Just do a little bit of that. Whoops. Plus. Let's try actually typing AA. Is that going to be too big? It might be. Okay. That might have to do. I guess I could maybe make it a pixel wider. Let's try that. It might look a little nicer. I think that's too big, actually.
67 says these batteries are sus, and you have indeed made, by some accounts, a tiny little Among Us.
Oops.
Oh well. They're everywhere when you start looking for them.
I was trying to make the plus a little bigger, but I don't think it's going to work. It's going to come out weird. So we'll just do that. Oops, goofed it. Ever heard of a game duology called the Death and Request series? I have not. Patterns. I had a gray. That's maybe not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And then I can add just like a highlight. Actually, maybe I want this gray as well. I should have made a copy. Oh, it's too late now. And I'm trying to think of where the light is coming from on those. I guess it's kind of from the top, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because the buttons all have shadows along the bottom. So that doesn't really work with what I wanted to do, but let's do this. No, I don't actually like that. I want to see how it looks with like a highlight along the edge here. I keep trying to do a thing you can do in Photoshop, which is click at one point and then hold down Shift and click at another point, and it'll give you a straight line between those 2 points. But you cannot do that here. Let's see. Can I do this? No. A line is always black. All right. Fine. I'll just do it all by hand. That doesn't look right. It needs to be more of a gradual highlight because it's rounded. And that's kind of tricky to do. It makes it look weirdly flat. Oh, I can't select a single pixel wide? Can I Do a rectangle that has no line and is filled in white. Please tell me this works. There's got to be some way to draw a white line. There we go. We got there. Still not happy with this. Oh man, I just remembered a thing I have brought up many times is that I wish Mac Paint had shades of gray that were like designed to work together. Like if you put these shades next to each other, like here's a medium gray, and then you put this next to it, like you end up with these weird, like, you know, there's a couple white pixels next to each other, and they don't, there's no way to do like a nice subtle gradient that goes between multiple shades. Super Paint has some wonderful patterns that were very much designed to work that way. If I had started out doing the art in Super Paint, that would be very nice. But at this point, I feel like switching to a different way of doing things is going to stand out too much. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know what to do to get the look I'm after. Let's... In World Builder, there's actually a gray that's like this one, but a little bit lighter. I'm trying to remember what the pattern looks like. I think it's kind of like alternating. Yeah, okay, that is what it looks like. That's not bad.
Yeah, that looks good.
The top part needs work. I don't actually know how to make that work. Can I get away with that? I don't think I can. It needs something. Let's try... Let's do that, and then darken some of these pixels. That looks bad, right? I don't know how to fix it. I also, the more I spend time on this, I'm like, maybe this is gonna look weird because I spent so much time trying to do like nice shading on it. Like it might kind of stand out because of that. I've done a little bit of that in places, but this might be too much. That's not too bad. We'll go with that for now. I might touch it up later. Now I'm just trying to think if there's any way I can... We could try using actual text. Does anyone have a good made-up battery name?
Does it need a name?
I wanna, making it look like a battery. Like
Sure.
it seems like it should have some text on the side. And I thought maybe if we use actual text, that will come out looking nicer.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to think of some made up name we could throw on there just to see how it looks.
I guess I had thought not so much like a word name, but like a lightning bolt or something maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Because you said the ones that grow out of the plant would have a leaf on them.
Right. That's gonna look terrible. So we'll go with Geneva. I just want to try this first. Wait. Oh. Can't rotate when you use the lasso tool. That's too big, huh? And this is just turning into a mess now. Very sci-fi. Interesting. Just the name Enercell? Or does the battery itself look sci-fi somehow? It's a little bit of a mess, but also I think it kind of looks okay. Let's see how that looks. I'm 80% happy with it, at least. Remember that time I quit the whole emulator? That was pretty funny. Enercell sounds like a System Shock pickup is all. Okay. Did I copy that? Probably did. Yes, I did read your messages. Sounds interesting. Okay. So, used battery is the one we've been designing. Oh, why do I always forget about that? It's a constant thing to think about, and yet I somehow always forget.
Forget what?
This is pasted in as two objects. So it won't be an enclosed space. So it will be at least somewhat transparent. I could just put a rectangle behind it. I think that's probably the way to solve this. I could also kind of split it up into parts, like maybe this top part is an object and the bottom is another one. But I think just making it just putting a white rectangle behind it is probably going to be the way to go. White fill, no pen. Wait, now I don't know where it goes. Lining stuff up is a constant challenge. Oh God, that reminds me. I have to share a thing I spent so much time on. Like if you've been watching the stream, you saw it briefly and you probably would never think anything of it, but I spent so much time on it. Is that? Okay, I made it a little too short. There we go. Okay, that should look good. I hope. And then the fresh battery will give a slightly different design. I think we'll basically use the same design, but instead of the enter cell, it'll have a little leaf icon. Maybe do some other very minor tweaks or something. Let's see how that looks. Also, I think it's easier to just show you in the game. I probably spent at least half an hour, maybe close to an hour, on like 6 pixels. That's not right. There we go.
Use sweaty.
Oh, I once again did not go where there's Wi-Fi. Just thinking here. So we need to get, in order to show you this thing I spent way too much time on, we need to get all the emails to appear. I think I missed the first one. There we go. Okay, so the mascot overlaps the text a little bit here. And here you can see like there's some white pixels around her little curl, right? Because I really wanted to have some separation there. Without it, it just looked weird. And then in this context, it was even worse because it was just, you know, this black curl on top of black and like part of the text was lost. So I really wanted a white outline. But as I have said, World Builder doesn't really do that. So I had to draw a polygon that is exactly 1 pixel wider than her curl all the way around. And I cannot explain to you how difficult that was to do. You would think that if you just carefully clicked 1 pixel outside where you wanted it to go, it would work out. But no, absolutely not. There was always something misaligned. And like, because it's such a like small object, adjusting the points after the fact was not really doable. But anyways, I probably redid it like at least 40 times. It's still not perfect, but I think it looks pretty good. Let's see. So if we open this, it should shut off. And then we can open the battery compartment. And there's our enter cell. That looks okay, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. It doesn't look quite as good as I hoped. But it's not too bad. I do wonder if it might look better if I made the compartment background just solid black, so it stands out better. Let's give that a shot. I think when you remove it, I don't really want it to be solid black, but it's okay. I guess I could have more of a shadow in there that's like part of the battery object. Let's try that. So, little sweetie open. It's this World Builder, why do you do this to me? I'm clicking way over here and it's selecting the object that is like 6 or 7 pixels away from where I'm clicking. There we go. So used battery. Send back. Yeah, I think that'll look better. And like it makes sense, right? Once you pull the battery out, you know, you're going to have less, the shadows inside aren't going to be as dark as when it's in there. Oh, the battery compartment, like the battery cover, battery compartment cover is going to, like it should be over the end of this. How can I fix that? Heck. I guess I could just move it away so it's not overlapping. That might honestly be the easiest way to do it. I had a hard time deciding how to handle that because, you know, on a typical device, this would be a thing that, you know, comes off, right? But I thought maybe I don't want to have like this separate in-game item to keep track of. So I thought, you know, maybe we can treat it kind of like it's a sliding door situation and just have it slide off to the side. And then just, it seemed like it maybe looked a little better if there was a little bit of overlap. But I'm not dead set on it. Why does that look weird? Is this... What is... What? Oh. What are you? Get out of here. Yeah, that works. I think I have a clickable object that needs to move down, like a invisible... PDA cover open. Yeah. Just paste a new one and make that invisible. Okay. What are you quoting the games you're talking about, Bane? Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Oh, I see. This is the lyrics to the Angry Video Game Nerd theme song, apparently.
Oh, okay. A lot going on at the bus stop. Yeah, that's with a cheat code that puts all of the items in the game into the current scene. I did that for two reasons. One, just, you know, it lets me have any item in the game instantly, you know, in case I need to, you know, test it out without having to actually solve all the puzzles. And then it also lets me see what it would look like if someone, for whatever reason, decided to drop all the items in one location. I honestly, most world builder games don't worry about that so much. Like, you know, they'll just have them overlap sometimes. You know, they don't necessarily match the, you know, room perspective and stuff like that. But I've tried to keep it looking kind of realistic. So that lets me check how that would all look. Okay, so now we can draw the, I guess I'll do the plant battery next, since we already did half of that. Makes sense. And then we'll draw little tiny versions. Actually, let's look at all our objects on the ground and think about how big that would be. So you can see, let's get these other items out of the way. You can see the battery compartment here on the side of the Sweetie. So that's like about how big our battery is going to be. It's very small. And I guess I'll position those on the ground next to the Sweetie. Just, you know, in case you happen to drop everything for some reason, having them next to the Sweetie will kind of help clarify what these tiny, tiny objects are. Let's take a screenshot of this for reference. So a leaf. Just kind of thinking what this would look like. Especially like it's, bless you. You know, we got a long space. Like, I was kind of imagining. Now, like, I feel like I could kind of picture it in my head, but now that I'm trying to draw it, I can't picture it anymore. But like, what does a leaf even look like? I guess I've kind of drawn like a spade. But yeah, like in a very vague sense, that's kind of what I was picturing. I'm just trying to think of how I can get something leaf-like into a longer shape and still have it read as leaf-like.
Make a long leaf.
Sure. Let's Google long leaf.
What if I draw you a little example?
Sure.
I need a drawing tool.
Do you want a pencil?
No. I can get by with a pen. How long you want it? Like most of the length of the battery?
Yeah, like I wanted to fill a decent amount of the space. Okay. I guess kind of something like this is not bad.
Mm-hmm. It's maybe a better shape than what I started with here.
I'm having a hard time imagining like the kind of curve. That is actually pretty nice. That's obviously a more...
I may have accidentally drawn a chili pepper.
Yeah, that's totally a chili pepper.
Sorry.
That's okay. I mean, that could work too, maybe. But I like this shape.
Yeah, that was something closer to what I was picturing.
Yeah. So let's kind of draw the curve and then... So kind of like that. I like that. And now we'll proceed to draw something that is not really recognizable as that in the game. I'll do my best.
Are you familiar with the brand G Fuel?
Sure. Aren't all gamers?
Sure. There's an official Genshin Impact flavor coming soon.
Oh no.
It's called Traveler's Ale.
Okay.
Cactus.
At least it's not Paimon flavored.
Cactus lime energy formula.
That would be upsetting.
Paimon is all over the branding, of course.
Of course.
You
Oh,
have to
how do I
join the
do
wait
this?
list, apparently, if you want to try it.
Oh, geez. Wait, do I have? Okay, yeah, I made a copy before I put the logo on. So we'll start with that instead.
I gotta be honest, I've never fully understood the connection between gamers and energy drinks.
I mean, same, but I guess I kind of get it.
Sure.
Like, I mean, you need energy for anything if you want to do it for longer than your body wants to, right?
Yeah, I think I just like sleep too much.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy laying down and being asleep.
Right. I guess, like, I feel like the kind of games I play, like, if I get a little sleepy but still want to play, like, that's fine, right? I just keep playing, and if I doze off, it's okay. But some people like to play very action oriented games, and sometimes online, so I can see why you might want an energy drink in that scenario if you're feeling a little sleepy. But also, it's probably better to just take a nap.
I guess maybe I am incorrect about this, but I feel like there has always, or at least often, also been an idea that, like, taking energy supplements or energy drinks or whatever are also, like, making you better at games somehow.
Oh, like, even if you're not tired, you
Yeah,
just have an energy drink in it.
I don't know, or maybe the implication
Powers you up.
Maybe the implication is that, of course, you're always tired, and therefore you need energy to become better at gaming.
I mean, that I can relate to, I guess.
I think I've shared this anecdote before. I've always been kind of scared off from energy drinks because when I was in college, we had a guest speaker. I went to art college and majored in comics, which is not a smart thing to get a bachelor's degree from a private art college in, but that's another conversation. Anyway, the speaker that we had come to our class was a professional comic artist who worked for Marvel. And at this point in the comic book industry history, working for Marvel did not necessarily mean you were employed by Marvel. Everyone's a freelancer. So he talked about how he almost died from overusing Red Bull and energy drinks and other caffeine pills, all kinds of shit, to make his deadline.
Didn't he watch that Saved by the Bell episode?
He probably didn't have time because he had to draw like 50 pages a week to make rent. To this day, I do not really understand. Like, I feel like this was the only way a person could hear this man speak to a group of college students and not be horrified is if you are already kind of, like, bought into the, like, hustle culture grind set mentality. Right. Where, like, this sort of thing is inspiring rather than a horrifying cautionary tale that maybe drawing comics isn't fucking worth it.
So he was telling this and trying to be inspiring in some way?
I don't know if
this wasn't...
I don't know if he was trying to be inspiring. I honestly do not remember if at any point it was clear what the purpose of this visit was, but he was a working professional coming to tell us comics students what it's like to work professionally in comics. And I don't see how a rational person could hear him talk and not come away with the idea that maybe drawing comics isn't fucking worth it.
Yeah.
Because you get paid per page, and that means you gotta draw as many pages as fast as possible. And also, you don't have health insurance, so you can't afford to almost die from overusing energy drinks.
So it's a little too big, but I think, like, realistically, this kind of thing might wrap around a little, so we can maybe cut it off on the side?
I suggest that the center line not go all the way to the top and bottom?
It doesn't go all the way to the top.
I see.
But
at this
I
distance,
could also remove some pixels down here.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of roughing it in at this point, just to, like... I think maybe the size is okay, but it's hard to be sure. I also feel like I maybe want this battery, like... This is the new battery that is, fully charged. You grew it from a plant. Like, it should, like...
What if it's
I feel like it should look brighter.
Should it have a different fill pattern, then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's I think it should be a brighter color.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is a bummer because that's like... I spent so much time on this gradient, and now I got to do a different one. But that's okay. I'll figure it out. I think I'm just going to delete this whole fill. And then we'll close off this just so I can fill in a different pattern. Like, I think that might be the best pattern to use. I'm actually gonna bump this over 1 pixel just so the pattern lines up. Like, I want this edge to be white pixels, so that looks better. And then I need a little bit of a gradient on here. I'm not sure how to accomplish that. Not like that. Don't like the way this is looking, but I'm going to keep going. We might be able to figure something out here. It's not terrible. Let's try another row of that. I guess like that.
I just went in the kitchen to get an Oreo. And glanced up at the top of our fridge, which is basically storage. And it reminded me how the other day on the local news, they had a segment about how to be, like, energy conscious or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy was like, a lot of people use the top of their fridge for storage, but that's actually making your fridge less energy efficient. And still now, I'm like, then where am I supposed to put all that stuff? It's there because that's where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have enough kitchen storage.
Where is my air fryer supposed to live? Todd? I don't remember the guy's name.
Oh, wait. Oh, crap. Okay.
All right.
I made a backup copy of the battery, but not the leaf. I think that placement was okay, but I had to undo it just in case I regretted what I did. I'm just trying to find a spot that has the least number of weird pixels. And by weird pixels, I mean like this little thing here. The way this lines up is, it's okay. This one here is a little worse.
Pixel tangents.
Yeah. But I think that's fine. I'm trying to decide if this leaf should have any shading. I guess.
I feel like if the leaf is going to have shading, then the battery needs to have less.
I don't think it's going to have much shading. I think I just want to try putting like a
blend that into the curve.
Tiny bit. This is too much. And then I maybe want to try like some hint of these little leaf lines. I don't know what you call those.
Veins.
Veins, thank you. Makes sense. Those just look random. They look like stray pixels.
Yeah.
Let's try. I feel like this is going to be too dark, but maybe if I draw them in and then make them a bit gray, that'll work better. Oops. I don't know. completely hate it, but I'm not sure I like it. Maybe that's better. Is that okay? Does that seem fine?
Yeah, I still feel like the center line is too close to the lines at the tip, you know what I mean?
You think so? I don't think I agree.
Okay.
I think we'll leave it at that for now.
Sure.
It's pretty good. Where'd my other window go? Wait, no, come back. Games. That's our fresh battery. So let's see. Let's delete this. I'm going to paste this in. And then copy this for the placement. Oh boy, this is going to be tricky. Is that? No, that's not right. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. For a second I was like, oh wait, since I put a object around the background, maybe I don't need the white square, but I do still need that. Otherwise it'd be black in spots. Okay, so that got cut off a little more than I was thinking it would. But I think it's okay. It's not super readable as a leaf, but I feel like, you'll have taken this off of a plant.
Right.
So,
like, by the time you're at this screen, you will already have seen it
on a plant.
Yeah. And taken it and observed, oh, it has a leaf on it. How cute.
Right. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm going to have to draw it on the plant as well, huh? I didn't think about that.
I mean, you could draw it different. Like, it doesn't have to be as detailed.
Yeah, but it's gonna be fairly large. Like, I feel like it's gonna look weird unless I make it about as detailed and also at a little bit of an angle. But that's okay. I chose all this for some reason. Let's draw some tiny little batteries now. I have a screenshot for reference, so we know how big to make them. Okay, so again, this is the battery compartment here. So they're just going to be like about that big. I think I'm inclined to make them a tiny bit bigger than they would realistically be for this battery compartment, just so they're not too tiny. I mean, you'll be able to, if you drop one for some reason and want to pick it back up, like, you'll be able to use a text command if it's a pain to click on, but it'd be nice to, give you a few pixels there. I'm trying to make this rounded, like this end would, you'd see part of the bottom like that. But then I think this needs to either be a pixel bigger or a pixel smaller, like in width, in order to make this work well. Let's go bigger.
Oh, the Stream Elements message about your birthday party
It
came up.
did. Thank you, Stream Elements. Okay. It's okay. I feel like no matter what I do with this, it's not going to be great. But that's pretty good. And then let's just give it a little more detail to make it look more like the big version. Let's just erase this pattern. I'm very excited about my birthday party plans. I'm going to have custom alerts and custom rewards that I'm very excited about, but will not share the details of until that day. But I think it will be very fun. Let's make a copy of this in case I screw up. Always important. Because we only get one undo.
Always be saving.
Exactly. Speaking of which, let's also save. Oops, I meant to do a save as, but that's okay. So this will be battery small. Okay, so actually let's open up our previous file and grab those for reference. Okay, so basically we just want like the top part of this to be black. And then I'll probably just do, well, I guess they should look slightly different. Oh, that one's a different gray, right? Neither of those look good.
Is it vital to have two distinct drawings for them at this size?
No. Also, probably most people will never see them in this scenario.
Right.
But I guess it's ever so slightly important to me.
Okay.
I would like them to look as much like the, larger versions as I can.
Right.
Thank you, Culinary. This one I'm okay with. This pattern is looking a little bit goofy. Going to order lasagna for that celebration then. Wonderful.
I better start trying to track down the special ingredients
Also,
for lactose intolerant lasagna.
Can I just say, I love that Garfield's birthday is on a Monday this year. I guess it's a bummer for him, but kind of mixed feelings around that whole event. But it is funny.
Mondays, and yet he is associated with them.
Yeah. Holiday for your studio, nice, perfect.
Oh yeah, it's also Juneteenth.
I think Garfield's birthday should be a holiday for every company. But yes, it is also Juneteenth, a very important real holiday. I think let's try just doing a little manual shading here. Something like that, maybe. It's not great, but it's okay, I guess. I don't know how to make it better. We'll go with that. I think I got all that. Let's see. So I think to position these, I'll paste them into the Sweetie object. Which is, it's fairly high up in the list. There it is. Oh no. Oh no. There it is. Oh, come on. Why would you do this to me? Oh, and I can't make the window bigger. No. No, that's bad. Let's... Yeah, there's nothing I can do to... I'm just making sure there's not a spot where I can actually click on this. Oh, I got it.
Yay!
I found the pixel.
You rescued the lost battery.
I guess I should leave these a little space in case someone drops both and then tries to click on them. Okay, that'll work. Oh no. Okay. No. All right, so now our batteries are way down here. So fresh battery is that one. Used battery is that one. Okay. So that's all our battery art.
Hooray!
All right, I never deleted my potato code. So this is the close-up of the potato, which was a failed experiment, so we're deleting that. Let's see, that's all in the global code?
Thank you for your service, potato code.
Yeah. So this is the code that... This moves the object out if you were looking at it. And then there's code down here. That moved that potato to this scene and also printed, it's a potato. I just think they're neat, you think to yourself. So I think what I'm going to do is allow you to look at any inventory object, but unless there's a particular reason to have a close-up of the object, we'll just print some text.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave this text. And then we'll also want to add descriptions for our other objects. Okay, so let's see how our battery looks in the game in its various forms. Oh shoot, I was gonna add code to put them on the ground there. I was even in the right window and everything. So used battery and then new battery. Is that what I named them? I think that's right. Oh, fresh battery. Fresh battery just seemed more in fitting with the theme of growing it on the plant.
Definitely.
So I did notice those are going to overlap with the certificate a little bit, but I think that's okay. I'm trying to think of what we should work on after this. Okay, so those are batteries. It's a little bit of a mess there. But, you know, as I keep saying, nobody's going to drop all the items. There's no reason to drop any items at any point. So it's probably not worth worrying about.
The inventory will never become full.
I mean, I was considering that possibility that you can put whatever limit you want on the inventory, but I don't really see any reason to do that.
Right.
I personally enjoy inventory management as a puzzle if it is done well.
Right.
But I can't see any way in which it would make our game the least bit more interesting. So, and we don't have that many items anyway, so I don't see any reason to make the player worry about that.
Right.
Like I figure, you know, at most, you know, maybe you drop the used battery because it's useless at that point, but probably not. And then like the fresh battery, there's no reason to drop it. Like you would take it and you would put it in the thing because at that point you know what it's for. So, or at least I would be surprised if you, well, no, actually, I guess you could grow the battery before the little sweetie dies. I forgot about that. But still, no reason to drop it. Okay, so let's look at the close-up again. I guess we don't have any way to look at the fresh battery inserted, but seems good. So we have so many different little things we could do. I'm trying to decide what would be the most interesting to work on. I want to actually. I think we should finish adding our little sweetie catchphrases. Just because I want to get all of those objects into the game. It's already a little annoying because we have like 3 of them so far, and then I've put in a bunch of other objects after them. So if I add more, they're not going to be in the same spot in this list. And the only way we can reorder this list is to basically like copy and paste, and then we have to enter the names again. So I think we should get all those objects in now. Oh, right. That's one that specifically shows up if you don't have Wi-Fi. I don't remember if I actually coded that in or not. But let's start by moving these to the end. PDAS S1. Oh, right, and it goes to the top every time. It's so tedious. PDAS S1. Like, they don't have to be together in the list, but if I ever need to, you know, update them for any reason or just, you know, check them for reference at some point, it's going to get very confusing if they're not all together. And there's already way too many confusing things to think about.
Did you consider having less confusing things?
I mean, I would love to, but it's not really my choice. It's just kind of, we're doing our best with World Builder here. This was the custom one, right? SW1. So if there's code for that, it would be in the error room. PDAS SW1. So let's check if I did that or not. Oh, I did. Okay. So I guess that's actually the only one that shows up if you don't have Wi-Fi? It's the only one that'll show up on the error screens right now. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. There's this one here as well. Okay. I'm just trying to think, like, it makes sense for that one to pop up more often if you don't have Wi-Fi, but I don't know that we necessarily want that to be the only thing that can pop up there. Hello, Corpus C. It's like an adventure game creation thingy. Yes, very much so. It's called World Builder. It was released in 1986 by Silicon Beach Software and developed by William C. Appleton. It was originally created for a game called Enchanted Scepters. And we're using it to make a little adventure game. Okay, so let's make some more of these objects. I feel like around maybe 9 is a good number. So do S4, and I'm just going to keep pasting and renaming without looking at what I'm doing. And I'll hope I'm not screwing anything up.
That's the dream.
Shoot. S6? Seven. Used to collect those Infocom text adventures. Nice. I have, I think the only ones I still have, well, ever had, probably. I have Zork 1 and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm trying to think if I ever had any others. Oh, wait, I also have an anthology of all the Zork games that has a couple others along with it. Okay, now I really lost track of which number I was on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And then we were going to do a 9th. I feel like that's probably a good number. Although maybe we should do a 10th. Just because if we're doing random numbers, like when we ask for a random number, we get a number that's 1 through 100. I'm trying to remember if it's 1 through 100 or 0 through 100.
What are these numbers for again? I wasn't really paying attention.
These are the little sweetie SAS balloons. Let's get out the manual here. We do love looking at the manual from time to time. Okay, so I don't remember if this is in the appendix or not. Let's see, that's a bunch of other random things. I really wonder how you would use these in an interesting way. Like, there's code to select a random character or a random object or a random scene. Like, in order for that to be useful at all, like, you would have to design your game in a, like, incredibly consistent way. Like, we have rooms that you shouldn't be able to go to at certain points in the game.
Right.
I mean, we have our only actual character is the player character. And like there's all kinds of objects that don't really make sense to do anything with one of those chosen randomly. Okay, so random number sign gets us a random uniformly distributed integer between 1 and 100. So if we take that and divide it by 10, then we'll get a number that's, well, what's 1 divided by 10 gonna actually give us? Like, I assume that'll just give us 1? But I don't know that I've ever come across that information. Like, it could round down, it could round up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. But it'll get us roughly 1 through 10. So if we have 10 of these different screens, then it'd be easy to make one of them pop up at random. So we'll add one more. Hopefully, I can find enough messages to fill these with. I'm just going to copy and paste this one to get it at the end of the list. Okay, so 1 through 3 are already filled in. They're all very good. And then we need different messages for 4 through 10. So we'll see how far we can get here. I've got a lot of notes. Most of these will need some sort of revision. Let's start with my don't email your heart messages. So the two options I have are don't email your heart. Lil Sweetie does not support attachments, which I feel like I have to put that one in. I like it too much. And then also don't email your heart. He doesn't deserve it, which I think I also like, but I'm open to dropping that one if it feels like too much of a duplicate.
I had previously said that I wanted Little Sweetie to have like girl power,
yeah,
boys are stinky kind of message, but I couldn't come up with a good suggestion for one, and that fits the requirement very nicely.
Right. I do have at least one or two others that are kind of along those lines. That all came from like I basically I went through that list of like aim away messages, all 31 pages. In some cases I did skim a little, but I read so many of those. A lot of them were very bad and occasionally pretty disturbing, honestly.
Yeah, I'm shocked that you don't have more psychic damage from reading 31 pages of books.
I mean, who's to say I don't?
That's a good point. You were unsupervised for a lot of that time.
But one example, which I think I chopped off the last half and changed guys to boys, but girls are forever, boys are whatever, I thought was pretty good. I'm just going to go through this list and try to call out the ones we haven't gone over previously. Well, this one I'm pretty sure I brought up previously, but I do think I like it. Your life is just like a math book. You both have problems. This one... I don't know about this one, but I'm going to read it anyway. Guys are like penguins. They waddle and they can't seem to fly away.
Huh.
Some of these I just wrote because they're so weird. I had to mention them. Some of them are actually good. Love is like a roller coaster. Don't barf. Life is like a popsicle. When it melts, just try and freeze it back. I don't know what that means.
I could possibly bet money
Uh-huh.
that an 8th grader came up with that and thought it was just the most profound shit.
Yeah. Like, some of them definitely have that kind of vibe. Hello, Puzzle X51. I'm glad you enjoy them. This one I think I like. And keep in mind, each bit of this has 3 exclamation points after it. 100% cute, 100% perfect, 100% modest. I think that one like also had like 100% sexy or something like that in it, but obviously I had to cut that part out.
Yeah. Little Sweetie's vibe is not so much sexy.
Yeah. I ate my homework because it was a piece of cake. And then this one surprised me greatly. I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that I don't know the answer, which is a Douglas Adams quote.
Oh.
And like just seeing that in that list was very weird. It caught me off guard. And it's also funny because I had actually, I think I changed the wording ever so slightly, but I had actually planned on using that for a bit in the conversation with Brisket. So it was just very surprising to see that specific quote come up.
It's all coming together.
Oh yeah, it might be hard to get 10 out of these. Some of these are just so bad. But yeah, let's start with the couple good ones we have here, and then we'll see how it goes. These have big 5 minutes till lunch vibes. What is that file named? No, that's the logo. Email. Mascot SAS. Oh, okay, there it is. It's very clearly labeled. I just missed it. Okay. So let's start with don't email your heart. These might be a little bit on the long side, but I think it's okay. We determined we can get like 3 lines of text in. And I think the width, we could actually go pretty wide if we need to. It's okay if it covers stuff up because, you know, you're pressing a button specifically to bring up this text. We'll probably want to put that on 3rd line. And obviously that's way too big. And let's do the other version. I was originally thinking maybe I would code this so the Lil Sweetie does not support attachments was like a super rare, you know, variation of this one. But honestly, it might be more trouble than it's worth to make it, you know, a very rare random choice. So we'll see. But I do like both of these. Probably how much work I put into that will depend on, you know, if it feels like it's coming up a lot. Wait. I want to leave just a little bit of text in here to help me line it up so it's the same space on the same distance from the edge of the balloon. It's maybe a pixel too close over here, but I think it's fine. I guess we don't really need that. So now I need to do... Oh, right, we already did one that's 3 lines tall. Let's actually copy that since it's already the right height. That's a little easier to work with. So I thought. For whatever reason, when you type an I, it's got a... That actually looks bad. It's shifted to the right just a pixel compared to other letters. This should be a tiny bit smaller. It's pretty good. I am also still open to suggestions for other messages to use for this, so now's your chance. Okay, so that gets us up to 5. Hello, Salt Ranger. Just got home from a friend's house, reconnecting with him after 20 plus years. He's working on a demake of Quest for Glory 4 in the AGI engine, and it's stunningly good. Wow, that sounds rad. Very, very cool. If you currently or ever in the future have like a link to share, feel free to do so. You can either do that in our Discord or whisper it to me or on Secret Crush, and we can post it in chat.
By the way, you've been live for 2.5 hours.
Have I?
Nearly.
Okay.
So you should
Noted.
Consider giving up.
Mention your playthrough of Enclosure 3D and is familiar with it. Nice. Yeah, I imagine anyone working on an AGI game would be familiar with that one. Nice, fantastic. I hope we get to hear more about that in the future. Okay, so what else do we like? I definitely like the 100% cute, 100% perfect, 100% modest. I think maybe putting that on 3 lines is the way to go. Also, I might even add more exclamation points if I'm being honest. Like 3 exclamation points is good, but it just seems like such a... If you're going for excess exclamation points, why not go further? Is how I feel about it.
If the vibe is excess exclamation points, 3 is the minimum. 3 is good, but 5 is better.
5, you think? I was going for 4.
I don't know, there's just something about odd numbers.
We could also maybe mix it up a little bit and not have the same number each time.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of dig that. What do you think?
Yeah.
I guess you can't use that to line things up. Let's move it over a pixel, and then we can. Actually, I think this is not big enough. We put in too many exclamation points, and there's simply not enough space. Still not enough space. So close. Heck. Just trying to think what's the easiest way to expand this. It's kind of tricky. I'll do this. Oh no. Okay. That's good. Actually, I'll just draw lines. Great. So now we're up to 6, I think. If I can count. I probably cannot. Okay, so that one's good. What do we think about girls are forever, boys are whatever? Also,
Yes.
in the list of aim away messages, it's like this. I'm sharing it in chat. So it's got some little tildes and asterisks.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we need some decoration on it. Like that feels
Right.
important to me.
Right.
Let's see how that looks. I did at some point make a custom, yeah, here it is, my custom tilde for Geneva. Because I don't like that one. It's too high. Like it's designed to be an actual accent mark. But I like mine better. But for now, I'll put that in. So asterisk, it's kind of fun. Girls are forever. Should I have a comma? Yeah, I think so. I'm just thinking about how to space this. Whoops. I feel like the bottom line should shift over to the right. We could also maybe just have a tilde at the beginning and end as opposed to the 3 characters.
Maybe, yeah.
Good night, Silver. Hope you sleep well, and looking forward to your stream tomorrow. Let's move this over. It's maybe too far over. Let's get my custom tildes in here. I think that'll look a little better. Let's see, I'm going to move this down, I think. It's not bad. But it feels like it's taken up a little too much space. I'm going to try a version with just the tildes. I think I like that better.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, I think that's great. Get out of here. You're too much. So that gets us up to 7.
I forget. Was there a reason we were going for 10?
Just because of math.
Okay.
It makes the math a little bit cleaner.
Okay.
If for some reason we can't think of that many, that's
some?
okay. If we end up with more, that's also okay. But I figured it was a good starting point. I don't have any guide for spacing here, so I'm going to have to do it the annoying way. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Really? Okay, I guess I thought 9. I thought 10 was just a little too much space, apparently. That's also 9. Okay. This is definitely too much space. Just by 1 pixel. I always feel very proud of myself when I can tell that a thing is 1 pixel off, or if a thing is like a single pixel off, I can tell it's not right. It's very satisfying to me. And that's also 10. Mostly because, like, you know, if I can consistently see those very subtle differences, then, like, if I just decide to eyeball something and just, you know, go on instinct whether it looks correct or not, like, that gives me some confidence that I'm actually right, which is always nice. I think that's what we want. That's great. I love that. Was that 7? I know I said 7, but I think that was for this one, not the previous one. Let's go ahead and get those in. Life is like a popsicle. When it melts, just try and freeze it back.
It's not a good quote. But
No.
I feel like we can workshop it.
You think?
I think the
I don't know about that, but I'm willing to try.
I think the problem with it is that it's written awkwardly.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's absurdist humor.
Sure.
It's supposed to be funny because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Sure.
But I feel like the cadence of the words is all wrong.
Okay.
So it starts out, life is like a popsicle, right?
You say it's absurdist, but I don't know. I get the impression someone found deep meaning in this and
When I was
thought it was very true.
When I was
at
a
its
young
core.
teenager and learned what a non sequitur was,
Uh-huh.
I went ham on that shit.
Oh, sure.
And I think that this is supposed to be a non sequitur type of joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's not worded well. Anyway, remind me again how it begins.
Life is like a popsicle. And to be clear, this is spelled Popsickle. When it melts, just try and freeze it back.
Okay. This is good.
Ask me about Loom.
I'm paranoid that when I've talked this up so much, and when I
Sure.
say my updated version, nobody is going to think it's any better.
Uh-huh.
Life is like a popsicle.
Uh-huh.
If it melts, just put it back in the freezer.
That's like the same thing.
That's the same thing, but the wording is better.
Sure.
Freeze it back, like, that's not a... Freeze it back is not a phrase. It's
Sure.
not a thing that anybody says.
Sure.
At least it makes sense as a sentence now.
Sure.
And that's all that I ask.
Sure. I think it's maybe still bad, though.
Well, sure. I didn't say I was going to make it good. I just said I was going to make it better, possibly.
Fair. I just did the he doesn't deserve it, right? Pretty sure that's correct. I really wish the things would just paste in the middle every time. It don't fully understand how it figures out the placement for stuff.
Might I remind you again?
I do remember. I'm going to take a break
It
as
has
soon as I've
now
pasted all
been-
these balloons in.
It has
I
now
promise.
been 2 hours and 42 minutes without a break.
Sure. Did I get them all? We're on 7, so there must be one more, right? Oh, I don't think I did this one. I think I missed that one. Let me double check. So we had that one. And then the 2, don't email your heart. And 100% modest. Okay. I'm going to take a break now. I will be back in a few minutes, and then we'll try to figure out our final 3 SAS balloons. Okay. What else we got here? Not a lot. I'm not a complete idiot. Some parts are missing.
That doesn't really fit.
No. Don't be mean unless you gotta. If you gotta, then be as mean as you can. All right. I kind of like your life is just like a math book. You both have problems.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Also,
Definitely better than
we
the
need
popsicle
to
one.
get like a couple more school themed ones in here. I think.
I said off stream that I like, or during break rather, that I liked the piece of cake one.
Mm-hmm. Which was, where did that go?
I ate my homework because it was a piece of cake.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Although I feel like instead of because, it should be I ate my homework semicolon it was a piece of cake.
I think I prefer the cuz.
Okay. That's just a suggestion.
I mean, I don't think Lil Sweetie would use a semicolon if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, email mascot sass. Okay, so let's start with. So this one in its original form has you are for your and you for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we should keep that?
Mm-hmm.
And then the secondary, more complicated question is, should the first letter be capitalized? Because I think it's weird to capitalize the U in your, spelled U-R. But all the rest of ours are capitalized.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of thing that keeps me personally up at night.
Have you used you or you are instead of spelling out the word you in any of the others? I see the space.
Yeah, we used a U there.
I think, I don't know if you're going to want to hear this. I kind of think you need to, for consistency, change all extant instances of you and you are to
No.
Why not?
Because I think it depends on the message whether it works or not. Also, do we have any, actually?
Don't email your heart. Both variations of don't email your heart.
Yeah.
Say Y-O-U-R. I think that they should be you-are.
Yeah. For that, I think it maybe works better, actually. Okay.
Also, if it helps at all with the capitalization dilemma, you could just change it to life is like a math book. You both have problems.
Like, I get what you're saying. It sounds too much like a Forrest Gump quote for my liking.
Yeah, yeah. Sure.
I think I would prefer to just leave it uncapitalized than to go with that particular wording. I'm not opposed to rewording it, but I don't like that wording. All right, we'll start by fixing this. Let's see. I'm just going to type out email your heart. Ooh. Culinary makes a very interesting argument. Less than 3? I mean, we could also do like an actual drawing of a heart. I don't think that reads well enough.
Yeah.
I think I like it better spelled out. Although I will definitely admit that the using the heart in some form is more correct. I do kind of like that this makes these somewhat large balloons a bit narrower, so that works out well. Oh yeah, I was thinking at one point. Oh right, okay, it is good. Email My Heart came out in '99. I was thinking maybe this was a bit like didn't match up with the timeline, but this is actually perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Geez, we have a lot of items in the scrapbook here. I'm curious if there's a limit. I feel like there's got to be some limit, but I'm a little bit surprised we haven't hit it yet. Connery says, I need at least one retro emoticon. Okay, so we were going to add the Your Life is Like a Math Book. So I'm going to type it with a capital. Yeah, I already hate it. It seems wrong. Your life is like a math book. You both have problems. I think on 3 lines it's going to work out better. I would love it if we had some like automatic word wrapping or like even just an ability to adjust the text without deleting it. You both have problems. I think that's pretty good. Just like a math book, your life is full of problems.
I guess it depends on if we want this to be a statement about life in general or an insult to the reader. I feel like the intent of the original version on that quote website you were looking at was probably meant to be an insult to the reader.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Little Sweetie is that mean.
I don't know. I feel like this is the correct form.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty happy with it. I'm gonna go with it for now, but if it feels out of place, we can always change it later.
I could be wrong. MZZ says, OMG, these slogans are impeccable. I could be wrong, but I think it was MZZ that brought this website to our attention.
Yes. These were all, in this case, this was taken directly from that link you shared with us. Most of the other ones have been modified a little bit, but that was very valuable, and I did read all 31 pages of them. Mostly. I skimmed some pages. Also, thank you. Also, Mzizzy, I need to tell you, at one point, you asked when I was going to make Little Sweetie merch. And I was like, oh, haha, that's funny. I probably won't do that. I have not stopped thinking about it. That's all. You've put this idea in my head, and there it remains. I don't know what kind of Little Sweetie merch would be good. I like that. I want to be your favorite hello and your hardest goodbye. I remember that one being common. Fascinating. We used to type like this too. Yes. I don't know that I ever did that.
Did what?
Typing like that. I'm just trying to remember.
The mixed cases.
Mm-hmm. Did it for about 4 months when I was 12. Wonderful. I wonder what is the typical amount of time to like go through that phase. Like typing that way repeatedly for 4 months sounds like so much. Okay, so that's 8. I don't think I put that one in the scrapbook yet. So we need 2 more. Oh, I did put it in the scrapbook. Never mind. We like the cake one. I ate my homework because it was a piece of cake.
I don't think I ever did mixed case typing like for general communication purposes. Like nobody chatted like that, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, like, the Delia's catalog was a big source of, like, lifestyle inspiration for me around that time. So I'm sure I did it occasionally for effect.
I'm trying to figure out the line breaks on this. It's kind of awkward. I can't...
So, okay, we agreed that Lil Sweetie would never use a semicolon.
Yes. I mean, I feel strongly
a
about this.
I ate my homework, comma, it was a piece of cake. Does taking out the word cuz help at all?
It feels wrong to me.
Okay.
I think it needs the cuz in there. I guess those line breaks aren't terrible. Just add a winky face.
You know, we don't have any. We don't have any.
That is pretty good. I actually like the way that's super crooked. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Oh, those are good too. I just want to see how those look. Oops. Tilde. Oh, my custom tilde would look better, I think. I want to try this. I guess it's maybe a little too wide in this context. What do you think? Sideways winky face or this one? Any opinions? I kind of like them both. It's a tough choice.
I don't know how to explain this. But I feel like the sideways one is more stylistically appropriate.
It feels more period appropriate to me.
Yeah.
Right. Puzzle likes them both. Well, I'll start making a balloon, but if anyone else has opinions, feel free to share them. Ooh, Culinary thinks the other one is more period appropriate. It's very interesting.
I guess maybe it's probably varies a lot based on experience.
Yeah.
I feel like my experience, I did not encounter the cow emoji non-sideways faces until I mean, I don't know. I was about to say too much later, but like we're being really vague about the actual era that this device is from, and that
No, the device is from 99. It was released in 99.
Okay.
We're being very clear about that.
So yeah, I don't know.
Maybe 2000. Like late 99, maybe early 2000. But
yeah, underscore faces always felt like advanced tech to me. I totally agree with Salt Ranger on this. I maybe like the underscore one a little bit better. I'm just going to make a copy of this in case I change my mind. Like, we're talking about a device that only does email, does not support attachments, does not display in color. So to me, that's... I can continue later.
32-bit kid, holy heck! Thank you so much for that gift sub to MZizzy. MZizzy, I hope you enjoy your little sweetie emote and potato. Time to go full teen girl.
So what I'm trying to get at, like, a device that only does email in 99. That's a sideways winky face. Non-sideways winky face with the tilde and the underscore. That's like post 2000 full color paper doll gifs. Whatever. I'm sorry. I think I heard someone else pronounce it that way recently, and it stuck in my head.
I mean, both are fine.
Like the difference between 1999 and 2002 is not that great, and yet it is a gulf.
Okay, so here's where I'm at on this. I feel like we have a lot of conflicting opinions, and we might need to do a poll. I think this is worthy of a poll. Would you like to do the poll, or should I?
Yeah. I'm interrogating my feelings on this. And
they're very strong, I can tell.
I feel like everybody in chat, I feel like we're all approximately of similar generation. And yet I feel like each individual person's experience of this point in time is so different, and I'm just kind of assuming that we're all bringing our own personal experience, and that's why it feels so important that it has to be a sideways winky face, or it has to be a tilde winking face, you know what I mean? So I'm curious how a poll is gonna go.
So if I understand chat correctly, Sonneveld is a GIF person, and MZizzy is a GIF person?
I mean, I understand that the creator of the format says it's GIF.
Right.
But also, I have always maintained that you don't say the word graphics with a soft G.
Right. I mean, I think both are fine, but I'm very much a GIF person. I will never say GIF unless I'm talking about alternative pronunciations or have some other specific reason. Okay.
Salt Ranger also has a very good point here. People who brushed up against Japanese or Asian internet culture had stronger emoji game during this period. And for me specifically, that didn't happen until post 2000.
All right. We got a poll. Get your votes in. I'm very curious how this will go. I think I have a good guess of which will win.
I kind of feel like that's why I feel like that style, the second option, that's called a cowmoji because that comes from
Right.
Japanese emoji culture, which had a completely different visual language.
Right. I do also feel like my tilde is not right in this context.
And I also, like, I got internet relatively late in my life as far as, like, home use internet existed.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's also why I feel like stuff from, like, 2000 and later is more advanced than stuff from 99.
Okay, so the votes are going pretty strongly towards the sideways winky face. But we got over a minute and a half left. Just figure, despite the spelling, people get to say how their name is pronounced.
That's true.
Like, I agree with that. But also, like, for me, like, to some degree, if you're making a thing and putting it out into the world, you kind of lose control over it to some degree. And like, it was a long time, I think, maybe I just misunderstood how it all went down, but it seemed like it was a long time before the creator ever chimed in and said, yes, this is the correct way to pronounce it. So I feel like, if you want to make sure people pronounce it a particular way, you gotta
get in there.
Get that, out right away. Only one vote for the cowmoji version.
I like to think that
I'm going to give it a pity vote.
That I have made an impassioned argument in favor of...
I think you have. And also, like, I think it is more appropriate. I have no idea if Sannevelt's first name is actually Tybalt or not. It's probably not, but I choose to believe that it is.
A respectable 6-4 split at the last minute.
The votes are in. Sideways winky face it is. I'm just looking at the spacing. I think it's fine. Okay, so now we're up to... I lost count. That might be the 9th one, so I think we have room for at least one more.
Democracy is hard sometimes, but always worth it.
Thank you all for your votes. Very, very helpful. Shoot. What else do we have that's any good? We got ate my homework because it was a piece of cake. I think we agreed that I'm not smiling at you, I'm trying not to laugh was too mean to the user of the device. This one is maybe appropriate. It's a girl's world, guys just live in it. Oh yeah, this was the other school one we had, which is maybe appropriate in that it is a little inappropriate for a device and like parents wouldn't like it. But there was, I try not to let school interfere with my social life.
That's a good one.
Okay. A screenshot of my MSN friend list from the 2000s somewhere. Nice. Man, I have some like saved chat files. I don't know that I have screenshots. I don't think they're that old though. They're probably more like 2005-ish or something like that. They're also probably not very interesting or amusing. Oh, I tried to paste from my Notes app, which is in Mac OS 13, into System 6.
And how did that work out?
It did not go great.
I was gonna say your old chat logs from like 2005 or whatever are probably mostly me saying a bunch of stuff and then you going haha.
Okay, that needs to be 3 lines. Oh, so I said left instead of let. Line breaks. Oof.
I also remember a particular text conversation that I had with you once. I think it was while I was in college, and I said something about I was trying to type dehumidifier.
Dehumidifier.
And it came out dehumidifier, and you replied, I believe in all caps.
Gets rid of boys, I guess.
Yep.
Should this have exclamation points? I feel like a couple exclamation points is better than nothing. Hello, Uli Witness. Good to see you.
I would go no punctuation, honestly. Like, this is more of a gentle statement.
Okay.
A flat statement of fact, and not, something that's being hollered with enthusiasm.
That's fine. I didn't feel strongly about it. Oh no. Maybe. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think we ever thought about it that hard.
I feel like also a similar...
I think it just drives the boys away.
Yes, it's like one of those Sonic mouse repellent devices. I think a similar circumstance is how by which I mean a text conversation between Robot Spacer and I over AIM probably where I spelled something wrong is how the word measure beats came to be in our household lexicon.
Okay.
Your desk is 3 hams wide.
Hello, Efton.
Don't let school affect your social links.
Exactly.
You gotta balance both.
All right. Hopefully we ended up with the right number. Let's see. We left off at 7? Yeah. Oh, right. We also changed those. Okay. I'll come back to those. Oh, I put these in a different order, and now I'm confused. I'm not sure which ones of these we already put in. I think we put this one in already. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check. So let's put this one in. Let's see. So we have NASA. There's that one. Okay, good. Oh, we'll go ahead and update this. I guess the developers of this just felt really strongly about the Britney Spears reference. They thought it was like really timely, so they put a couple variations of it in there.
Oh no. I no longer have any apps on my computer that are capable of opening my iChat logs.
Oh. Yeah, computers, man.
Also, they only go back to 2007 for some reason.
Elise says, given HyperCard contains a drawing app and does multiple pages, and I mostly ran Multifinder anyway, this is the first time I get to see what Scrapbook could be good for. Yeah, it's extremely important when you're not using Multifinder. Be extremely difficult to do this otherwise. Okay. I don't think I have ever used it quite so extensively as this, but I certainly used it to some degree. Now I'm wondering what... We got our first Mac in 86. So I wonder what system software would have been on it. But it was definitely... Like, I remember, finally having Multifinder and, like, how different that was to use. So I definitely spent a while without that. System 2... Where's dates? 85... Wait, what? Oh, 3 was in 86. So yeah, I probably started out with 3 or 3 point something. I lost track of what I was doing. I think this one we did not get in yet. Yeah. Have my little CompuServe email conversations backed up somewhere. I should set up a VM to run CIM so I can read them. I have a lot of old emails that are just text files. For a long time I used Pine for email, which is just a text-based program. I can't remember how I got logs of all of them. They're probably, again, not that interesting to look at, but I just, I always back up stuff and save it forever. That's just how I do things. Okay, I think that's all of our SAS. SAS complete. We do still need to add some code to go through all of these. So we ended up with 1 through 10. And oh boy, this is going to get, this code is going to get even bigger. Let's see what we're at here. 2,759 bytes. I think we'll be okay. This screen, Little Sweetie Emails, currently has all of the views related to email. So it's got the initial list of 3 emails. It has the contents of all 4 emails. And then it has the list of 4 emails when the new one pops up. So there's a lot of code in there, but I at one point I had to split everything up, and it ended up this way, and I just figured I'll leave it this way until, we need to split it up further, or if it seems like it makes sense for some other reason. Mac apps didn't really use text files. It was always some clever binary wrapper until macOS 10 at least. Hello, Slat Studio. Great to see you. How's it all going? How many bytes do you have to work with? So that's a great question. No idea. According to the manual, any given text window can contain... I'll tell you the exact number, even though it's not a useful number. 10,240 characters. So this is per scene text, scene code, or global code per game. I think they just thought that no one would actually hit that limit or something, because it doesn't seem to be correct. I also don't know. The World Builder doesn't tell you anywhere how many characters are in a window. So all we have to go on is this bytes. I would think that a single ASCII character would be 1 byte. We seem to be mostly in agreement on that, which would mean that, we'd be able to go up to 10,240 bytes. But that's definitely not true. At one point we hit, it was over 4,000, maybe like 4,500 bytes or somewhere in that range, and started getting errors whenever I tried to add more code. And then after experimenting, I found a way to add more because I thought it was like formatting things, and that was kind of wasting characters in the middle of the formatting. So adding code at the end let me do a little bit more, but it didn't take long until I started getting errors again. So eventually I took all the code, put it in the scrapbook, put scrapbook into a text file, exported that to my modern Mac OS, opened it in BBEdit, and determined that there were around 8,800 characters in there. So still well under 10,240. But we now know that if we get around 4,000 bytes, then that's kind of pushing the limit, and we might need to split things up. So that's the best I got. I think I made a note a little bit more specific. My note says danger zone 3,700 bytes or 8,000 characters. So let's check that again. Yeah, so we can do another 1,000 bytes and still be fine. So I think we'll be good. Most of the code is in here now. The stuff we're going to add right now is, I think, pretty much all we need to add. But that's probably way more information than you're asking for. But if anyone doesn't know, Slat Studio is also a game developer. Working on... Betrayed Alliance is already out. They're working on a version with updated graphics, which looks fantastic, and also a sequel. Scrolling too fast here. Okay, so SAS. I think our SAS is way up top here. So there's 2 spots we need to update. Let's do this one first. This code handles... The way I decided to set this up is that if there's SAS on the screen and you press any button, basically if you do anything, it will dismiss it. That just seemed like the easiest way to do it and to make it the least annoying for the player to dismiss that. And then there's another section below where we get a random number and decide which SAS to pop up when you press the SAS button. I just had the thought, like, the version of World Builder we're using is version 1.2, which was released in 1995, I believe, as freeware. And they made some modifications to it so it would work on later Macs. Like, I can't remember exactly what the primary issue was. I think it was just something with 32-bit machines or something like that. And I almost wonder if it's possible this weird text limit discrepancy could be related to that or something. Slat says, I love that kind of stuff. Working using the limitations of the era is something I'm due to. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the excess of information then. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then down here, let's see, we have a random number, which I'm currently dividing by 33, so we want to divide that by 10. And then I think S8 just is our variable to keep track of whether there's SAS currently displayed. And then we just need to copy this chunk. And repeat it a number of times, and then update the numbers. And then again, I don't know. I don't know how the math works here. If we're dividing one or another small number by 10, I don't know what we would get there. I don't know how the rounding works. But I am just going to leave a fallback here in case any of our number checks don't match up. I guess I could also do less than 2 up here, but kind of the same difference in the end. What year is this version of World Builder from? So this is the version that was released in... Let me double check. Game. Oh, right. That's just a link to my site. But I think my site has the info. Oh, I forgot to change it around. Oh, yeah, 95. Usually I update my site to have slightly more information when I'm actually streaming. But yeah, 1995, this version was released. And it just made some changes to make it work on a broader range of computers. And added some documentation. And there were maybe like 1 or 2 other minor bug fixes. Oh, I didn't update everything. Okay, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9. Okay. That's fine. Oh, right. That should also... There's also the error screen, which I currently have set up so it will display a comment on the error if there is an error displaying. There's also another scenario where you have just connected to the Wi-Fi, where you would be on that error scene, even though there's not an error displaying. And in that scenario, I think it just displays the NASA message. I'm trying to decide if it is worth updating that code to, have the same selection of random messages. I guess there's no reason not to. And that scene has a lot less code in general, so it's not really a big deal to paste a bunch of stuff in there. The original is from 86. Yes. So 1 year before HyperCard. Yeah. I would love to read more about almost anything about the history of World Builder in general. I have this great book, Secret History of Mac Gaming. It talks about it a little bit, but not as much detail as I would love to read. I don't know if there's anything out there that really talks about it at all. Beyond just simple web searches, I haven't really tried to dig into that. So now that we close that, let's speed things up much faster and open it again so I can copy everything. So I guess I'll do this in 2 steps. We'll copy all that first. Whoops. So here we have this extra one, which is an error related balloon. And let's see, all this. I think I went too far. Okay, so this checks if there's an actual error displaying, and if so, it will always display the comment on not having Wi-Fi. But if that doesn't pass, then we'll do the usual random selection. He says, I'd be really curious about the reception of the various systems at the time. Like, was World Builder seen as an incremental improvement or a revolution? Did they mention the size limit? I want those magazine reviews that compare a bunch of similar apps. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, one interesting thing about World Builder is that the manual specifically says that you could use it to create things that aren't games. Which is a reasonable thing to point out and certainly technically true. But I don't know how good it would be for that, and I have never heard of anyone actually doing that. I would be very curious to know if that ever really happened. But yeah, certainly when I used it, I was not familiar with any other options. But then, HyperCard came along, and it just seemed like a much more flexible tool overall. Feels like at least this version of World Builder would be awkward for apps. Yeah, like you can do things like, remove the weapons menu, of course. You can fully customize the commands menu to have whatever options you want in it. But, ultimately, there's still a lot of aspects of it that are designed around making a game. And the limitations, even for a game, are somewhat limiting. You mean this isn't a realistic travel simulation of Purgatory? I mean, it might be. I guess I'm not capable of judging it on that. Sheet items. What am I actually doing here? Right, we're testing the SAS. Actually, I feel more office tools need a weapons menu. I think that is a very good point. Like Excel could definitely use a weapons menu, for example. Okay, once again, we do not have Wi-Fi, but actually for this, that doesn't matter. And we can test this here. So if we don't have Wi-Fi, she will always say that on this screen. And then on this screen, we should get our random selection. We got a repeat. Oh, that one keeps coming up. That is the fallback message. So I wonder if there's something weird happening with the math here. Like, the manual said we get a number from 1 to 100, and then we're dividing that by 10. And I assume when we do that, it always gives us an integer. Like, I don't think World Builder understands anything other than an integer. So I might want to add a print statement when it gets to that fallback, just to see how often it's actually hitting that versus, the actual 3. Just because I'd be very curious. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of repeats, but like I think to some degree it's just because, there's only 10 options, so it's gonna happen. We could potentially change it so it like cycles through them, but I don't know. That seems less fun in a way, because then you could just go through all of them and you've seen them all. But yeah, I think overall that works pretty well. And these are great messages. I'm very, very happy. I guess since there's a straight line from World Builder via HyperEngine, HyperDA to SuperCard, you could say any SuperCard project is World Builder used for apps. Perhaps. All right. We're doing pretty good here. What the heck are we going to do next? We could design the certificate, the Rapier Sharp Wit certificate. We could finally figure out what our overlay thing works like. So when I say overlay, oh, that's funny. No, we're going to change how that works anyway, so it's fine. But that is funny. Let's get rid of these. Also, I think I want to change these names. After thinking about it, I don't think I want it to be too obvious that you are in purgatory. Mm-hmm. Like, obviously, you're in some kind of weird space, but, you know, it could be a dream or something like that. But I feel like this makes it a little too clear. And I thought, you know, maybe it doesn't matter if you figure it out this quickly, but after thinking about it more, I would rather not make that so clear up front. I tried doing like anagrams of these names or something like that, but they all came out kind of awkward. I couldn't find any like good words to make out of the letters. So I'm not really sure what to do with that. But anyways, the important part here is the numbers, which is what's going to give you the code to unlock the Sweetie. So we're going to have some sort of like overlay thing with like cutouts on it. And it's tricky because like it could kind of be whatever we want it to be, but also like I don't know what I want it to be. So I'm not sure how to do it. Culinary suggested like a grill cipher, which like you have some sort of like stencil type thing, like, you know, a piece of paper or cardboard. I assume it could be literally anything with sections cut out. Like it's, according to the Wikipedia page, it seems like it's typically squares, but we could, you know, maybe have circles or some other shape. But we have some sort of thing with bits cut out of it, or we could have like some sort of like transparent like sheet that has, you know, circles printed on it or something like that. There's kind of a lot of options, and I don't really know how to narrow it down. But the important thing is you'll be able to place it on top of here, and it will reveal the numbers of interest. What if names like guilt, regret, and hope? Interesting.
That seems like it's still fairly obvious.
Yeah, but not necessarily. Like, you know, that could be just a weird dream thing.
True.
Like, you know, these names are specifically like, you know, I think Greek underworld. Like, you know, they're very afterlife kind of places. Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out. Also, I love how many questions a normal key raises. I mean, it's the key for the normal house, of course. So yeah, I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that. The main other thing to think about here is like we're gonna find that item. We'll just cheat inside the house here. In this vase is the plan. I would kind of love it if you had to destroy the vase to get it.
To get what?
Get this overlay item. But I can't really think of a good way to do that. Like, I can't think of a good reason that you would need to destroy the vase.
Right.
All I can really think of is, if it's like embedded within it somehow, but I don't know that that makes a lot of
Like
sense.
it's got a skinny neck. So if you somehow know that you need something that's in the vase,
Mm-hmm.
you can't, like, you try to reach in there, but your hand won't fit through the neck because it's too skinny.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have to break it. But how do you know that what you're looking for is in there?
Well, I mean, we already have a puzzle kind of like that with the book drop. So, you can look in it and see that there's something down there.
Sure.
Robot's friend says, I mean, what are video games if not attacking vases?
Exactly.
I agree completely. Also, it's really important to me that if we do put in you have to break the vase to get the item out. It's important to me that we describe how beautiful the vase is. But yeah, I like the idea of, I mean, maybe it's a little too similar to what we did with the book drop, but I kind of dig that. I don't know. I like the idea of having to break it as opposed to just searching for it and getting it out. I'm not super excited about having to draw a shattered vase, but I'll do it. Ruby encrusted vase. Fortunate Isles. That's a very interesting name. I'm going to make a note of that. And I'm still attached to having downtown in the list, just as a weird contrast to all the other ones. Okay, so if it's a thing that's at the bottom of the vase, then well, if it's cloth, then you would think you would be able to get it out by just kind of turning it upside down, right? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. Maybe I'm too attached to destroying the vase. The other slightly tricky thing is it's hard to make things transparent in the middle of an enclosed object, but I think we could cheat a little bit and just have it so that when you put the overlay on here, like, it looks like there's portions that are showing through, but actually we're just like duplicating the art that has the part that shows through on it. So we can just kind of cheat that a little bit. Let's take a screenshot of this and kind of experiment with what this overlay will look like when it's on top. Okay. So the other thing I keep thinking about is it'd be good if there was like a little bit of a visual cue that the overlay and this sign are connected in some way. All I can really think of for that is maybe there's some marks that like are kind of like working like registration marks Or, maybe there's like a circle on it that it, matches this circle just without the bus sign. Just to kind of, so you look at it and, if you've looked at this close up, you'd be like, oh, that reminds me of that. Mostly I feel like we need that because at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how I wanted you to be able to look at any item you're holding in the current scene, but we can't do that. So I feel like just the mechanics of the way this works now, like you can't simply look at the overlay in the correct place and discover that they line up. Like you kind of need to know what you're doing beforehand. Shoot, how am I gonna, I guess I gotta, ooh, this might be easier in, maybe, I think I'm gonna do a rare breaking the rules here. We're not really breaking the rules, but it's kind of a self-imposed rule. We're going to do this one in Super Paint. I could also just do it in World Builder, but I think Super Paint will be slightly easier. Just because it's gives us a little more freedom to work. So I installed this on here so I could use it to expand the art for the Playdate version, which I think it will be very helpful for, because you can take vector graphics from World Builder and paste them in here and they'll still be vector. There's some little things about it that aren't entirely ideal, but it will definitely help. But we can, so you have a bitmap mode and then you can switch to vector mode. So like I can draw, that's perfect. I can draw a square on here and let's do no fill for now. But then I can give it a fill at any time if we need to change how things look. Do we have? Oh, line widths are right here. Okay. This is still a little tricky though, because again, I can't cut out a section from a shape. But if we have some squares here, so our code is going to be 1077. Price of a cheese pizza and a large soda at Panucci's Pizza, of course. So we have a 1 there. We've got a 0 next to it, but I don't think we want to use that one. Maybe this one down here. And then we have a 7 here and a 7 here. So those will be our 2 7s. Yes, Super Paint is also by Silicon Beach Software. Actually, I have the manual for this in a box on the other side of the room, I think. Yes, tenuous Appleton connection here as well. I don't think William C. Appleton worked on this. It's just going to show us credits. Yeah, there we go. Jonathan Gay, Dana Gregory, Linda McLennan, Bill Snyder, and Eric Zucker. Let's see. Jonathan Gay, I think, programmed Dark Castle, if I remember correctly. And Eric Zucker did a lot of sound stuff, like designed their, like, what was it called? Real Sound, that debuted in Airborne and was also, I think that was one of the things that impressed William C. Appleton and convinced him to approach Silicon Beach to potentially publish Enchanted Scepters, if I remember correctly. So this one's a little big. I mean, I guess ultimately the layout of these doesn't matter that much. I don't love it, but also it's fine. Maybe it'd be more interesting if a couple of these were closer together. I don't know. But then when you look at this thing by itself, it's going to look kind of like this, right? So that's why I wanted to do this here, just so we can kind of see how it's going to look. So, well, I guess, like I was saying, it could be more of a transparency thing, but I don't know. Like, I feel like that's maybe it doesn't read as well. It might be cool if we could have like a neat transparent effect, but I don't know that there's any way to do that. There's not a good way to do that that I can think of. Oh yeah, these are the grays I was talking about. I love all the different patterns they have in here. And then there's also different color options, which is apparently, even though the computer wasn't in color, you could pick these color options and it supported color printing. So you would get these colors if you printed out
Fascinating.
your image on a color printer. We certainly didn't have a color printer back then, but apparently some people did. It's neat that they figured out a way to support that. So yeah, basically we'll have a big rectangle like this, and then these little spaces. I guess if you look at it in the wrong place, you'll just get it on a black background, and it'll have these holes in it. Whereas if you look at it in front of this sign, you can hold it up and see the numbers through it. I have a color printer at home that prints a rough idea of what my document is supposed to look like. That's great. That's honestly all we can ask for out of a printer, apparently. Let's get these all evenly sized. So I think at this point I'm leaning towards this being like a piece of cloth. Just because it needs to be something that could be rolled up or bunched up to put in the vase. Is the 7 taller than the 0? Just like this is evenly spaced, but this is not. So confused by this. Guess I like that better. Oh, excuse me. Tummy grumbles. Which one? I guess I kind of like that layout. It doesn't really matter. I feel like this should have some kind of pattern. We'll stick to the world builder patterns just for simplicity's sake. But I think there's something like that in world builder, which I kind of like. I don't know. We'll see. So now I've done all this, it gets a little complicated because I discovered a weird thing, which is that you can copy vector art in World Builder and paste it into here and it will remain vector. But you apparently can't go the other way. I don't know why that is. Apparently grayscale requires blue ink. So I think basically what's going to happen is I'll select all these rectangles and copy them, but then we'll redraw it all. But that's fine. Oh, what? I didn't expect that. Huh. I guess it just... When I saved, it saved it as a Mac Paint file, which is what we started with. I meant to choose Save As. But I guess it just converts it to a purely bitmap file. I assume the Mac Paint format would not support vector graphics. That'd be very surprising. So the other thing I've been trying to figure out is what to call, like I've been referring to this as an overlay, but I don't really like that as like the actual item description. But if it's a piece of cloth, I feel like we can just refer to it as a piece of cloth and then, to describe it as having strange holes cut out of it. I think that works. Though I am open to suggestions if anyone has one. I think I made a note of a few different possible names. I know one was stencil because that came up in the page for Grill Ciphers on Wikipedia. And then I also had sheet or film. But if it's a piece of cloth, I feel like those don't work right. Projector transparency. Yeah, I was considering that as a possible like form. But I think I maybe like having it be mostly opaque with holes cut out as opposed to transparency. Maybe it does a transformation to a different format and the language of that format maps multiple inputs to the same output, making it a one-way process. That's almost assuredly what the issue is. Yeah. Like, I think probably when you copy from Super Paint, it's just converting it to a bitmap just because that's what's going to paste into most other programs correctly. There certainly weren't a lot of programs that would support vector art at that point, I don't think. Mostly I was just surprised that I couldn't figure out a different way to do it. Like I went looking around for settings to see if, there's maybe some way I could copy as a vector, check a box to enable that or something like that. But I couldn't figure anything out. So we want to save this as Super Paint. It's also interesting that it says Super Paint 2.0 picked, and picked is a standard format. Maybe picked supports vector art? I don't know. But yeah, when I pasted it to the scrapbook, That also says it's a pict. And it also says link. I don't know what link is. Not familiar with that one.
That's Zelda's boyfriend.
Thank you. So, do we have... I don't think we have an object for this yet. I would love to search. I guess we could just kind of scroll through. Like, I made the bus schedule close up early on, but I think I was waiting until we actually got to this point to make the overlay object. So many objects. I feel like at least 30% of them are for the little sweetie. Okay. Picked as vector. Okay. Interesting. But then why does it lose the vector data if I paste it into World Builder? I can't think of anything to describe this as other than cloth. Like, it's a cloth with holes cut out, but like we don't really want a name that long. So I think just cloth is fine.
I'm trying to load the dishwasher, and this cup
Oh,
lid is on crooked, and I cannot
I
move
goofed it up.
You goofed up the lid.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Pict is basically a recording of quick draw drawing calls. So it basically records ovals, rectangles, lines, and text as vectors and plays them back. Oh, that is fascinating. So here I'm pasting this, and it's just a single object. And it's not super obvious, but if we stretch it out, you can tell it's just a bit box. So let's see. I'm going to close this. We'll save that. Go back to our schedule. We still have to move the schedule to its own room. The close-up. I wish these objects were closer to each other in the list, but I made mistakes and they can't be fixed easily. Now I'm wondering. So I need to have objects that are like just a square with the number showing through. I'm trying to figure out how to create those in the easiest way, and I don't know if I have a good way to do that. It might just take a lot of experimenting and or acceptance that they simply do not line up perfectly. Okay, so that's pretty good. So now we just need to draw these boxes again on top of them. I'm trying to decide if this rectangle... I guess I'll just make it a rectangle and not a round rect. Similarly, text does not soft wrap in Pict. You have to hard wrap it to get new lines. Oh, I missed your message before that. The problem with Pict is that it's a bit primitive, so e.g. you can either stroke or fill a rectangle, but if you want stroked and filled, you need to have two overlapping rectangles. Interesting. So World Builder probably has its own representation of vector images that has a soft wrapping text box and a rectangle with a stroke and a fill. So we can't actually do text at all in a World Builder graphic window. But otherwise, yeah, I would not be surprised if it has its own representation of vector objects. Looks pretty good. Make that transparent for now. I'm just trying to decide, like, we could do a round rec for these now that I think about it. I don't know if that's useful or interesting in any way. I guess I'll just keep them as regular rectangles since I don't have any good reason for not doing that. Oh, I think I thought of a good way to do the numbers. Okay, so I need to send this to the back. Now I can delete that, and that, and that, and there's all our rectangles. My guess is it doesn't try to unpack and convert vector objects, it just hands the entire pic to QuickDraw to play back. Okay, so fills. What do we have here? Oh, I guess we don't have the one I was hoping for. We could maybe do something like that. I like the idea of having a little bit of texture on this. Like it's a piece of cloth. Yeah, I don't really, that's too busy. Most of these are terrible, like basket weave pattern. Scales are not really appropriate, though that is a fun pattern. Waffle pattern, also a little busy. Other scales. Oh, right. That one looks like scales, but it comes out as bricks in perspective, which is very confusing. Bubbles, a bit much. Checkerboard, very hard on the eyes. I apologize. I'm not going to do that other one. That's not terrible, but I think I like the diagonal lines better. Yeah. That's not too bad, but doesn't seem quite right to me. These two we've used as grass, so I don't want to use those. See, I think that's our winner. It was very common at the time. If I recall correctly, MacDraw will paste pics as grouped by default, i.e. uneditable, and only try to parse and unpack it into real MacDraw shapes if you ungroup it. Interesting. Also, I hadn't considered MacDraw. I wonder how MacDraw would interact with World Builder graphics. I'm mostly thinking about that because it would be useful if we had some program. Well, I guess if Super Paint doesn't work, I doubt anything else is going to work, right? Because, you know, if two Silicon Beach software products aren't quite cooperating the way you like, then I can't imagine someone else's software would work better. It's interesting how many of these patterns are available in Mac Paint. Yeah. The choices are a little bit different, but a lot of them are either exact or very similar. So what I'm going to do for the numbers is I'm going to make these white. Okay, so I guess we'll have a couple forms of this object. I guess if you just look at it from anywhere, like I said, all we can do is have you kind of hold it up in front of a black void. So in that case, you'll get taken to a separate room like we do for the Sweetie or the book. So in that case, we'll just have a version of this graphic that is part of that scene. And then I'll use a black or dark fill for these squares. But then if you hold it up in front of the schedule, you'll actually see the numbers through it. So in that case, we want to fill these with white, and then we're going to basically paste the correct numbers on top of that. So let's see. The way I'm going to do that is, first we'll save this. And we'll open up the schedule in Mac Paint. Bus schedule 2. Guess World Builder is probably older than Super Paint and never got updated. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Also, I think Super Paint is by a different dev, not Appleton. Yes, also correct. Okay, so we're just going to lasso the numbers we need. So a 1. Zero. And a 7. I keep thinking if this is a piece of cloth, I would kind of love to make it look more like that. But it's also tricky because, I don't know. Maybe I could do it. Yeah, I was just thinking like if it's actually a piece of cloth that's like kind of draped subtly, like the squares wouldn't line up correctly. But I could maybe just cheat it a little bit. Oh, Super Paint is 86 as well. Interesting. I'm also trying to think of how I would make it look more like a slightly draped piece of cloth without making it a little too busy. So now I'm going to, in order to make sure everything is lined up correctly, I'm going to paste these into here. And then I can see whether they're in the right spot. So we need 2 of those. Zero. Let's see. I think that was this one up here. Oh, no. There it is. Good. 1. And then we can just select them all. Cut them. Don't need to save that. I really wish they used standard scroll bars. And there they are. Perfect. All right. I need a quick bathroom break, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, I suddenly realized when I got up for that break that I never posted on Discord that I was streaming. I never tweeted about it. I never posted on Mastodon. So thank you all for coming anyway. I appreciate you. All right, so Culinary said maybe some arrows showing the order to read them or numbers above each spot. I don't know that I want to make it any more obvious than it already is. Like if you're going left to right, like they're already in order. I I feel like this needs something else. Maybe let's try the idea I had of making it look more like a cloth. So, kind of what I'm thinking is just like say you're holding it up by the corners, right? Like you'd have like the top would be sagging a little bit and then you'd have kind of like this little bit of a bunched up part here. And then, I guess we won't really see the bottom, but that wouldn't be as, even. I guess the thing is, I don't know that I can do this in a way that will read well. I'm trying to think of what details to put in there. Let's look at reference. Reference is always useful. What is the draped cloth? Does that get us anything? It gets us something, but I don't know if it's useful. Like this isn't bad, but it's more dramatic. We're getting closer. That's not bad. But then the thing I was talking about is like, if the cloth is actually doing this, like the holes wouldn't line up quite right. But maybe we can just kind of cheat that and not worry about it. Like, we can put the cutouts where we want them. It seems like maybe that's the best example we're going to get. That's kind of nice. But I also don't want to do quite that much detail. But we could do this dip along the top and then like, a few shadow sections here. And maybe that's enough even. But if it feels weird, I could add a little bit of this area here coming off the corner. All right, I'll try that. So I think I'm just gonna give this an empty fill for now and draw on top of it. Is that too much? That might be too much. I think I want it more subtle than that. Just because if it's actually dipping that much, then it would not make sense for the numbers to line up right. Think about there is pretty good. And then the sides. I want them to be mostly straight. I'm just trying to think of what to do with them. So I'll have them come out just a little bit, and then we can maybe show kind of the bottom of it, actually. I mean, there's no reason we can't. Okay, and I think I'll give that a normal outline. Yeah, I think that looks a lot more interesting, and it'll look even better once I put some shadows on it. The shadows might make that pattern not work so well. We'll figure that out when we get there. So I think I'll do 3 sections like this. This looks dramatic, but I'm going to try to make it like a subtle difference in pattern. So I think it'll look well. It'll turn out well. I guess without the rest of it, that looks a little bit weird. First let's give this a pattern so we can get a better idea of what it'll really look like. So no pen, and just a subtle difference. I might just make it a white cloth so we can have that very subtle effect like that. It looks pretty good, I think. Might be better with just the 2. I'm going to try putting, like, the reference has, like, you know, it continues to have shadows coming down like this. So, like, it's got kind of a real big one that comes all the way down here. I don't know that I want to go quite that far, but I think maybe if I kind of show, like, the top corners of that shape, it might look good. I think that works. Someone went to art school. Yep, it's me. I did go to art school, and then I stopped. My funny story about that. So I know I've mentioned previously that I went to art school for 4 years, and then I dropped out my last year. I just kind of stopped going. Just because, I mean, I had stuff going on. I regret it a little bit, at least. Just because, like, it was kind of foolish of me to not just, you know, keep going and get my degree. But I was doing work during the same time. I also had some like minor health issues that I was struggling with, and just couldn't get there on time, and frequently showed up late. And at some point, I just kind of gave up trying. But anyway, so I did go for 4 years technically. Almost, rounding up maybe. So I got my first job by saying that I went to Center for Creative Studies for 4 years. I was very careful to not, suggest that I got a degree. But then, after having that job for a significant amount of time, I eventually found out that my boss just assumed that I had a degree. Oops. But it was fine. I don't think she cared that much. Like air is filling the top from behind and downward. Um yeah, I mean it's kind of being held up from the corners, right? So just kind of draping is the idea. My uni roommate did the same thing. She found a job and stopped going to school, but that company folded quick. All that matters, right? Yep. Um Yeah, I actually the stuff I was doing at the time was freelance stuff, but it was actually I mentioned before that I worked on a demo for a children's game at one point, and that was the job that kind of distracted me from school a lot, and I just like I had a lot of frustration with my school in general. It was very it felt very like I was getting a very outdated education. Um, there were very little computer classes at all. The one computer class I had, the instructors were perfectly fine, but I knew more than them just from my own experience. Like we did a lot in like Flash and Director, and I knew those programs very well. And I frequently ended up basically helping teach the other students how to do stuff. Sometimes stuff that the instructors didn't really know how to do. And then the school in general like was very like anti math, which knowing my interest in computers, like I wanted to continue to have a little bit of like math education and stuff, but there was like nothing, and frequently like the instructors would like give you ways to do various art things, assuming you would not ever want to consider a math problem in any way. And it was a time. Yeah, I still I mean, I went to an art school, right? So like I guess in a way I chose what I got. But also, like, I was hoping I would continue to get a little more math knowledge beyond high school. But given that I ended up mostly doing programming these days, it kind of sucks the way that worked out. Yeah, art involves math, 100%. But they would like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Just like if you wanted to figure out like I can't really think of a great example. But like, if you wanted to figure out what's a quarter of a sheet of paper, you can fold it in half twice. That's the kind of like there's definitely like more complex solutions than that came up, but that's like the general gist of, the kind of thing they would teach you how to do, so you didn't have to, get out a ruler or divide a number. Did they learn nothing from Da Vinci? Apparently not. Like, how many sprites can I fit on a sheet if I know the dimensions of each sprite? Yeah. All right. So I like this. I like this draping effect. Let's save this and then experiment a little. I do want to see if we can get like a pattern back in here. I feel like it's probably not going to work out as well, just because of the way the different patterns are going to clash. but we'll try it. Like, that's no good. And that feels too dark. It's not bad, but it's not as subtle as it was when it was white, right? Although I am now wondering, what would this look like on top of the schedule? I guess the schedule background is white. What else could we do here? We could do that. It's not bad. Let's see what this looks like. I'm not going to save that. It's on the clipboard anyway. I think the side ruffles might be detracting from the shape of the cloth. You mean these two here, these little triangles? I don't know, I feel like it needs something there. Let's try this in the white we started with. Maybe make them very thin. Yeah, I could try tweaking them. Robot's friend says, doing digital things in art schools is a weird time because the basics of the tools you need before you really start doing the work is usually not what they're prepared to teach. Yeah, exactly. But, and like, I get that, and like, that is very understandable. I just felt like my school was like way too far behind. Like, they weren't even really up with what was current at the time. Like, they felt many years behind to me. Like, I mean, I took classes in hand lettering, which, like, is a valuable skill as an artist. Like, you know, I feel like I got a lot of value out of doing things that weren't directly useful. But also, like, I will never really need to hand letter. Like, I mean, it's just like, you know, when I say hand lettering, I mean like with pencil on paper, you know, drawing out letter forms and stuff. And like, you know, that helped me draw letter forms better. And like, it's kind of useful generally, but not that useful. I think I like this better. Neither one feels perfect, but I think I like this better. I really like the subtle effect of this white pattern on the white cloth. And I think as far as contrasting with the schedule, like, either one works fine. The background is going to be dark, I think. Maybe an arched ripple on the bottom. Let's see. It's the best I can describe that specific experience in few words, yeah. So I'm also going to redraw these squares here, just so they're not so perfect. Let's go ahead and do that first. And then I'll experiment with the shading a little bit more. So I'm trying to think of, I guess the whole thing is kind of dipping down, so they should roughly kind of slope towards the center. I'm not going to worry too much about it being super realistic. I just want them to kind of look roughly correct. Kind of like that. I wonder when I'll finish this. Let's see, how much more do we have to do? We have the conversation with Brisket that you need to get through to get the light bulb. I have a lot of that written out, but there's some parts of it that are kind of tricky. Mostly because, like, the important aspect of that is that you need to drop your rapier sharp wit in order to basically respond in a more honest and sincere way. So that means I need to have like very witty responses for a lot of things to kind of sell that joke / puzzle, which is hard. But I don't think it'll be too hard to figure that all out. And then we need to finish up the plant puzzle. One thing I already have on my to-do list, we need graphics of like once the bulb and the potato are buried in the dirt, so we just need to have that dirt piled up higher. That won't be too hard. But then we need to draw a whole plant. So that's going to be a little tricky, but I'm sure I'll manage. I'm also not sure how that's going to work. Like, obviously, we could ultimately do it however we want. We can have it so you water the pot and a plant just instantly appears. It'd be really cool if it, like, animated. But that's like, I would have to draw the plant at multiple stages. That sounds very hard. It might be tempting, though, just for fun. The other option is we could have it so you water it and, you know, nothing happens and you just have to leave and come back. And at that point, there's suddenly a plant. What else do we have? Do we? Oh, right. It ends with you getting on the bus finally. So we're going to have to draw a bus. Yeah, I'm never going to finish this, huh? All right. So let's get rid of these squares in the background if I can. Oh, I got it. Amazing. And then send this all to the back. So what did you suggest? Maybe make the side ruffles thinner, or maybe an arched ripple on the bottom. I do feel like it maybe needs something on the bottom. Like the reference I'm looking at, like these come all the way down to here. So like it's this huge arc. And then there's also some lines that kind of come up this direction on the side. So I'm kind of trying to decide, like, should I just do more of that, or should I do something a little different? Like, you know, again, it doesn't matter if it's perfectly realistic. It just matters if it looks nice and is convincing enough. I guess I feel like if I try to recreate the reference too closely, it's gonna look weird. I don't really like the way that's coming out. I do feel like it needs something at the bottom, and you might be right about making these thinner. I think I like that, but I'm still not sure what to do down here. Maybe let's just kind of make something up and see what it looks like. Just like a little kind of thing like that. Is that anything? I kind of like that. It looks believable to me. I don't know if it's realistic that it would drape that way, but it looks believable to me. And I like the shape of it. I think we'll leave it at that for now. I'm happy enough with it. Thank you. Okay. So now we need to get this out of the vase. So I continue to struggle with whether or not to force you to break the vase. If it's just a cloth stuffed into the bottom of the vase, you'll be able to turn the vase upside down, and if it doesn't just fall right out, you'll be able to grab it and pull it out, right? So if it's just a cloth in there by itself, it doesn't make sense that you have to break the vase. So the only way I can think of to force you to break the vase is if it's like it maybe is in a container inside the vase. Like, that seems ridiculous. It could be somehow attached to the bottom of the vase. That also seems ridiculous. Have you ever tried to get a rag out of a bottle? It's not easy. But, like, this isn't a bottle, though, right? Like, it's bigger than that. Like, the opening is definitely big enough that you could get your hand in there. Like, maybe not all the way to the bottom, but you'd be able to get the cloth out. Just say it's not. I mean, sure, we could do that. Should I just do that? I mean, I could just do it, I guess. Like, yeah, like we could just describe in text that, you know, you're trying really hard, but you just can't seem to get it out. Maybe allow the player to try to get it out, but have it fail. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Get them mad enough to smash it. Okay, all right. Y'all have convinced me. Okay, so in order to do all of that, we need, in terms of trying to get it out and failing, that's all going to be text. And then we need to have a smashed vase for when you break it. I think we'll just accomplish that by, you know, you have to type break vase or smash vase or something like that. I think we'll also have it so you can't, like, the vase is too big or too heavy to lift. So it's not something you can pick up. About to get out of bed and have you try to retrieve a paper towel out of a Coke bottle or something. I mean, I get that. I get that with a Coke bottle, but this is much bigger than a Coke bottle. Oh no. Mzizi, I'm gonna give you a choice. Would you like to go back to the island of Alana? That's what it's called, right? Or do you want the thing that's cooler? I promise I won't do any sliding block puzzles either way. Why is Unsecret Crush in bed with a Coke bottle and a paper towel? That's a very good question. Maybe it's got some small cracks in it already as a visual clue. Maybe. Mzizi, if you don't respond, I'm going to have to make a choice for you. Slide puzzle. Hello! Welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. You may have seen this before, The Lost Island of Alana. Your favorite game related to Cherry Coke. Do not go to cherrycoke.com. It does not exist. But I will show this off once again in case anyone has not seen it. So this was a game made to promote Cherry Coke. And the description says, discover the mysteries of a lost civilization. Explore the lost island of Alana to solve the puzzle of this ancient people. But don't stop there. The pieces needed to solve these puzzles are not only found on the island. Clues await your discovery all around you. Websites, chat rooms, magazines, and most of all, Cherry Coke bottles all hold valuable pieces to the mystery. Of course, we do not have any of those things, but we do have a walkthrough for the bits of the game that are a little too complicated and relied on that outside information. So here we go. So I previously promised that if we played this again, I would not play it for as long as I did before. My stream is lagging and I'm simultaneously using medicated mouthwash. That's okay. I understand completely. I figured you just needed time to respond. I just didn't want to sit around waiting too long. I'm trying to find the thing to click on. Okay, here we go. This is gonna, I think... Yeah, I'm gonna have to recapture it because it like changes the probably color depth or something when it launches the game. There we go. Okay, so previously I played this for about half an hour. I got stuck on a sliding block puzzle, which I played for probably 15 minutes, which was also 15 minutes too long. But then I finished the block puzzle and saved the game immediately. So we're going to start where we left off there. So here is the infamous puzzle all solved. And after completing this, I received a sword, and I don't know what this is. Oh, it's a bag of money. Fantastic. Let's see. So I think... Yeah, this takes me to the inventory. Okay, so I have a bag of coins. There's text at the top of the screen here that... tells you what different things are and like gives you descriptions for your actions. Sword, short piece of rope, a bullwhip, a bag of gunpowder. I'm so excited to eventually explode something in this. And then these pieces down here are your other inventory items, which are not in this like quick access section. So let me know how the volume is. Let's turn that down a little bit. Sounds good? Okay. All right. What's this?
Thanks.
Oh, so that shows our like active item. Thank you, Culinary. All right. Thank you for the fanfare, Emmy. All right, so we're done here, thankfully. Thank God. Let's back up. Thank you for the grunting, Efton. So up ahead here, we have this. It's really hard to see, but there's like a chasm here. If I try to go forward, it says the path ends in a steep drop. I do not know what we need to solve this. Let's take another peek at the inventory. I probably can't pay it or blow it up. Maybe the bullwhip? Because there's like a rope hanging down, right? So maybe with the bullwhip, I can like grab that and pull it towards me. Let's try that. Okay. Use bullwhip. You can't reach this rope. Am I doing this correct? Let's consult the help real quick. To use an item, just click on it and then click on what you want to use it on. Okay, so it is as straightforward as I would have assumed. So I guess this is not the solution. If I am stuck for too long, I will look at the walkthrough. But let's back up and see where else we can go here. Can you die in this game? Great question. I would love to. But I strongly suspect we cannot die. I don't know what is happening. Am I having fun? I hope so, Hinton. I am certainly enjoying this greatly. There's nothing to see in the trees, so we can't go forward. This is a weird path because it kind of goes off to the right. But the path is too steep to walk up this way. It doesn't look that steep to me, but I guess we got to trust the game. There's also a lot of animal noises here, which makes me wonder if I can do anything. Let's see. I don't have any, like, food or anything. Thank you for the loon. So we have matches, rope, gunpowder, twine, bullwhip, coins. Thank you for the rats. Keep forgetting which button goes back. What is that? It's always on this screen. Use bag of coins. This didn't do anything. Can we fight it? Cut the tree. Ooh, we can cut things. Nothing interesting happened. That's a great response. Like, something happened. It just wasn't that interesting, so don't worry about it. Sounds like a chipmunk. Interesting. The chipmunks we have here sound a little bit different than that. Can we cut this rope, possibly? Actually, like, I don't get any... You can't reach this rope. I don't get any mouse over on the rope. There's got to be something we can do with that, though, right? Let's see if there's any other areas I'm missing here. Like, that's a dead end, right? This puzzle has been solved. You've never met a chipmunk. Oh, I've met many chipmunks. I'm pretty sure there's some that live, well, next to our garage, probably. Okay, so I think this is where we started. And... Ah, okay, we haven't been here. Great. These vines are thick. Can we cut them? Cut the thicket. Nothing happened. Okay, interesting. The vines are black. What? I have a sword and I can't cut the vines? Oh, there we go. Okay, great. It worked and I got a rubbery vine. Fantastic. Yeah, they make a high-pitched beeping sound. It's very squeaky. There seems... So there were vines blocking my path. I cut the vines, but now it's like, there's nothing interesting past here. But we do have a rubbery vine, so that's useful, probably. Let's check this way. We haven't been this way either. This is great. This is so much better than Myst. Oh, I got a wedge-shaped rock. You can't get across the water from here. Path drops off too steep to continue. Trees are blocking your way. This is about as disappointing as Cherry Coke. I can't believe you could say that about either of these wonderful things. Okay, let's try... Nope, not that. Let's try this again. Maybe I can use the vine to get this rope? Or maybe I need to, like, combine items? How do I do that? Oops. I thought that was the help button. I should have checked the time when I started, huh? If I'm playing too long, let me know. I won the game already? I don't think that's true. We didn't get any cherry coke. We can use items on each other. I'm going to check the walkthrough real quick. I want to make a little more progress. Okay, so we got the vine. We got the wedge-shaped rock. Get the rock on the path and pull the lever. Okay, we did that. Solve the puzzle, get the sword in the bag of coins. Get the curved antler from the left side and forked antler from the right side. What? What? That's apparently on the... Oh, wait, no. It's on screen 8. Okay. I think that's where the animal noises are. Fascinating. I did not say anything that looked like antlers. Which items do you combine to make cherry coke? That's the real question, isn't it? Okay, so these are antlers. I honestly thought these were like sticks or something. Okay. So, now what? Next, we get the short piece of rope near the ravine. I did that. Click on stick in the inventory, then hold the shift key, and click on the twine, then the curved antler to make... Wow, this is surprisingly complex. We have to combine 3 items. So, stick, twine, curved antler. Which curved antler? Oh, I see. There's a forked antler and a curved antler. Got it. So, where'd the stick go? Stick. Where's my stick? I have a stick, don't I? Do I not have a stick? Did I miss the stick? Where was the stick? Oh, it's on the first screen. There's a stick on the left side. Okay. This is so bad because, like, there's all these things that all look the same, and then you just gotta find the right one. There. Okay. A long staff, if you say so. And then I hold shift and click on that. That didn't work right, I don't think. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope what you wanted here was Cherry Coke advertising games, because that's what you're getting. Click on stick in inventory, then hold shift and click on the twine and then the curved antler. Okay, maybe I'm doing it in the wrong order. There we go. Okay, now we have a staff with twine tied to the end. And then the curved antler. And now we have a hook tied to the end of a staff. Fantastic, I love it. Now we're ready to grab that rope, I think. I hope I'm not wrong. Oh, I forgot to put it in my slot there. Okay. Here we go. Yes. Now what? Really? What? This is too deep to climb down. Oh, I just had to click forward. Hello, Maple Mystery. Great to see you. All right, I think this might be it for today. There's a bolt. Oh, wait. Okay, we have some form of explosive, right? And a match. I gotta blow up this rock. Put that in the slot. Put that in the slot. Yeah, this is really something, huh? Okay, so bag of gunpowder. The boulder is blocking your path. Maybe I need to combine them? I should save first before I blow things up, just in case you can die in this. My game 2. Okay. So let's see. Shift click? No, that didn't work. This has got to be it, right? Oh, maybe I... Do I need a fuse, possibly? I'm going to check the walkthrough. Oh man, I might be getting ahead of myself with this puzzle. Okay. In the inventory screen, click on... Oh, we need a barrel first, and then gunpowder. Okay. All right. I guess we can't blow up the rock yet. I'm so disappointed. That'll have to wait for next time, because I think our time on the island of Alana has ended. Thank you, Mzizzy, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. Welcome back. That was great. One day we'll get that cherry Coke.
Thanks.
Okay, I missed some chat, I think. Colin said, we have tons of tree squirrels in our complex. The families are always running about the complex with the kids battling each other. California ground squirrel also makes an alert chirp and beats its tail on the ground in response to invaders. Wow. The reward was the feeling of doing a wonderful slide puzzle. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's probably the most we can expect out of this game. But I do really, at some point, want to see how it ends. I'm just dying to know. Thank you for the thanks, Emmy. And you're welcome, Maple Mystery. Everyone should just follow everyone in chat. Everybody's great. Okay, I still have the game open, so I need to quit that real quick. Which is honestly a bit of a challenge. I think I got there. Okay. Just getting this out of my way. What was I doing? I think I was drawing some cloth. Honestly, maybe we should have kept exploring the island of Alana. But this is looking pretty good, I think. Right, the vase. So we have this vase that we need to destroy. In the foyer, or the foyer if you prefer. Do you ever come out of the basement with something that makes StreamGhost say, put it back? I don't think so. There has been some level of concern over how many things I have brought up from the basement, and I have mostly not put any of them back yet. But I think I probably will eventually. The vase isn't actually in the scene here. Excuse me. I'm just going to go ahead and open up the game itself so we can check out this whole scene. Okay. Yeah, I guess now that I look at it again, it's maybe a little bit believable that a piece of cloth could get stuck in there. So the plan here is that you will be able to look in this vase and see that there's something inside it. I think also, like, if you search the room, it will mention that there seems to be something in there. But then if you try to pull it out, like, you won't be able to get it out. So you'll have to destroy the vase, which means I have to draw now a destroyed vase. Which I'm a little worried about. I definitely need to look up a reference for that. Smashed vase. Oh, okay. That's great. That's actually very helpful. So we have a variety of destroyed vases to choose from here. Like something like this. Like these. Honestly, this whole row is not bad. They're even all a somewhat similar shape to what we have, I think. Something like this is pretty good as well. We moved our cursed gems to the basement for a reason. Okay, I think we're good with these ones up here. I think maybe something like this. Like we'll have this larger piece kind of still standing there, and then like a bunch of small pieces, and then a couple that are like more recognizable as being like a curved chunk. And says, "Sorry, I just have this one joke." It is a good joke. Also, that's not true. You have lots of jokes. Okay, so let's see if I can draw that. I guess I'll do that in Mac Paint. I will first take a screenshot of this. Just because I want to... Actually, maybe I don't need the screenshot because I have the vase by itself, and that's actually more useful. I'm determined to get to the end of the Island of Alana, but I know I will find nothing but disappointment. It'll probably tell me to go online and buy Cherry Coke or find my nearest Cherry Coke store. Okay, so there's our intact vase. Maybe it will explain why the island is called Alana. Yeah, I'm really curious if like we'll get lore eventually. Like that's ultimately the driving force is like I want to know where this is going. Like did they just build a bunch of puzzles that they thought were sufficiently Myst-like, and then like I don't know, somebody just suggested this name and like they were like, yeah, that's fine, I guess, whatever. Or did they actually build some lore into the game? I'm dying to know. So far, my feeling is either no, or there is lore, but it was all outside the game, like all the stuff on forums and in magazines or whatever that we don't have access to. That certainly seems like a possibility. The final reward will be a coupon that expired 30 years ago. Honestly, I would be extremely satisfied with that. That's what I want out of this game. Is an expired coupon. That's my greatest dream for the conclusion of this game, is we get something that goofy. Okay, so I'm going to start with this broken chunk. That's going to be, well, I guess I'll start by drawing some kind of jagged lines. Should I just freehand that? So we'll have a piece, whoops, that kind of comes down like this. Actually, I think I'll do it with the line tool. I think that'll work out better. So something like that. And I'm just trying to figure out how to... I would love to just kind of separate... Oh, maybe that's what I should have done. Let's try that. I don't know if this will work out as well as I hope, but if I actually select this with the lasso tool and pull it apart, that kind of gives me what I'm going for, these two separate chunks. So like this other piece we're not really going to use, but I kind of want that for reference just to kind of eyeball how much other stuff I should have around this. Even if the coupon was still valid, do they still sell that stuff? Yeah, they definitely have some form of cherry Coke. I think maybe the name is not like there's a Coke that has a cherry flavor, but I don't think it's called cherry Coke anymore. Coca-Cola Cherry is what they call it now, which I guess is why they let cherrycoke.com expire. This shape isn't quite what I was going for. It's almost there. I gotta be honest, I a little bit want a cherry Coke right now. I'm gonna try this again. I think that was a good approach. I just don't like the way it came out. Nobody calls it Coca-Cola Cherry though. Yeah, for sure. I can't imagine anyone would call it anything other than cherry Coke, right? Let's try that. I think that'll look a little bit nicer. Cherry Coke, Hinton says Cherry Coke was really polarizing. Coca-Cola Cherry is just whatever. Unsecret Crush said, I've never heard of anyone not liking Cherry Coke. These are both honestly very interesting statements. Yeah, you're doing a really great job at going to sleep. Like, I'm sure there's lots of people that don't like cherry Coke, but I feel like they probably wouldn't argue about it or anything. They'd just be like, whatever, I don't like it that much. I don't care to drink it. Okay, so now I want to add, like, the back side of this. Which is getting to be a little bit trickier. But I think I can manage eventually. That's looking pretty good, I think. Like, that's a nice shape. I like that shape a lot. We need a little thickness along the edges. I'm going to copy that just in case I goof anything up. You had to have an opinion on cherry Coke. It was a big deal. Wow. Okay. Fascinating. I was not aware of this. I certainly sided on the cherry Coke is good side of that. This is not quite right. Maybe that needs to come up this way. And I guess it needs a little thickness along the front here as well. That's better. Yeah. It needs a little shading, which is tricky. Our light source is coming from above, like it's coming from up here somewhere. I have a ceiling light. So there should be some shadow on the inside right edge. I'm trying to decide if I should just use the same pattern I used on the outside. I don't see why not. Salt Ranger says, I like cherry Coke and vanilla Coke. I'm okay with regular Coke. It's very salty. Salty. Like, I don't know that I would disagree with that. It's just not a word I would think of to describe it myself. Hinton says, I want a Coca-Cola cherry now. I don't know that I've had a Coca-Cola cherry. It's possible I have not had a cherry flavored Coke since it was cherry Coke. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. It does have an amount of sodium in it, I think. Yeah, for sure. So, I don't think anything I did here was bad, but somehow I don't like it as much now. So maybe I'll give it another shot. Like maybe the shadows on the inside should be darker, actually. Or something. Let's try that. Yeah, I think I like that a little better. Oh, geez. I just realized I'm also going to have to draw like a crumpled cloth on the ground. That's going to be hard. Okay, but that's good. And then we have other pieces to create. So my thought is we'll have two other large chunks, and then the rest will just be little bits. So I'm trying to decide if there's another slice of this I can take out and kind of convert as is into what we need. Let's maybe do a piece that's kind of like this chunk here. But we need to rotate it, I think. Because the big bottom piece is the only one that makes sense to be upright still. I don't know that this is going to look correct. That's not bad, maybe? That feels like it could believably be a chunk lying on the floor next to it. It's that line coming off. I guess do that. Does that need anything else? I was thinking it should have a little thickness to it, but I don't know that it needs it. I guess I'll try it and see how it looks. Like the way it looks to me, it feels like it's, well, I guess I kind of like that. I was about to say it looks like it's kind of sitting in a way where you wouldn't really see the broken edge of it, but I think that looks nice, so I'll leave it. And then shoot, how did that piece go? So we have something left that's kind of like this. Like it doesn't need to be like exactly busted up. I just want to kind of keep track of how much is left. So, whoops. I think I'll keep accidentally erasing. I'll do a chunk like that maybe, or should it be bigger? Should be oddly shaped. None of these options are jumping out at me. Maybe I'll just do something like that. Yeah. Keep it simple. keep thinking that I should play music during my streams, and then I keep not doing it. I don't know what's wrong with me. That's pretty good. Enjoy the music of your keyboard. Oh, I'm glad. Mostly it's just I especially noticed it lately because I've been listening to music a lot more. Mostly because my work situation has been very stressful, and music has been kind of helping me cope with that. And so like I've gotten used to, listening to music throughout the day. So like, when I'm streaming and there's just like nothing playing music at all, it just is very noticeable to me. Did you read the Olive Garden article on Eater? Yes, I did. That was lovely. That was very good. Thank you for sharing that. Everyone redeem grunting. That'll be the music. Perfect. You might hit a timeout on, or redeem limit. I can't think of the right word. I can't remember what I set them at. Thank you for the grunting, Culinary, and thank you for the loon on Secret Crush. You should go to sleep. Thank you for the fanfare, Maple Mystery. Thank you for the Ugg, Efton. Okay, so the rest of this, I think, is just going to be chunks. Right? So we'll just have... I guess I'll just draw a bunch of freehand little bits. Door's closed, but I can still hear you, and you keep talking about interesting stuff. I'm sorry, I'll stop. We're not talking about anything interesting anymore. Have we been talking about... We've been talking about Cherry Coke. I don't think that's interesting. I can't think of anything less interesting than talking about Cherry Coke. It's like when I put on a podcast to fall asleep, but it's too interesting. Yeah, that's rough. I guess that's fine. Something about it feels weird to me, but I cannot explain that. I'm going to try flipping it. I feel like if I... Ah, dang it. I feel like if I flip it, it might be sitting in a way that I like better. Oh, no, actually, I like that less. Okay, I'll just leave it. I've been screaming into the void about California ground squirrels. I'm just thinking about chipmunks again. I'd love... So we have these chipmunks. I love them. They're so cute. Like... If I see like a mouse or something, I'm like, I don't want that around the house. Like, I don't want that anywhere near my house. But a chipmunk is just the cutest fucking thing. If you look at them too closely, they're a little creepy, but even that, like, it doesn't bother me. And the sounds they make, like, I haven't seen any of them do this in a while, but there was one summer in particular, at least, where, I don't know if Unsecret Crush might have mentioned this already, but there was one chipmunk that would get up on top of... We had these little, like, solar-powered lights that have been busted for years in the front, and he would climb up on that light so he could get up nice and high and then just shout his little chipmunk chirps as loud as he could to, like, I guess... claim his territory or whatever. And It was always very adorable. They still make the little chirping sounds, but I never see them standing up high to do that. I think it started because you were talking about getting a cloth out of a narrow-necked vase being easy. I simply could not let that slide. Yeah, I apologize. They're very cool animals. We have them around our family cabin. Nice. Yeah, they yell in lots of other places. It was always very consistent that one year. It might have been a couple years, but it seems less consistent now. Like, I don't know why. It seems like such a good spot to yell from. It's still there. Hello, Marius K. Welcome. I guess that's all right. I'm just trying to draw a smashed vase here, and we're also talking about a wide range of topics, including cherry coke and chipmunk sounds. Got to get me a good yelling spot. Yeah, everybody needs one, I think. No, don't think I've ever seen a live mouse outside. Yeah, that is true. Well, no, I'm pretty sure I have. Let's not think about that anymore. I don't like thinking about that. I've seen too many dead mouses outside, and I don't care to picture them. Thank you for the rats, Culinary. I also had a very unpleasant experience dealing with a dead squirrel not long ago. Good times. I feel like that's. I mean, I guess realistically, we should have some more curved pieces here. But I'm maybe thinking I'm not going to worry about it too much. You say good times, but it doesn't sound that good. No, it super was not good. No. Oh, Culinary got automated for saying sound like a woman. Um, Foxes out here sound like a woman screaming for their life when they're fricking? Oh, wow. Okay. I always wonder if I need to call 911 every time. Jeez. The chipmunks will sit outside of the garage like it is their front porch. It's very Midwestern of them. Yes, this is another thing that I love about the squirrels. Okay, so our garage is a detached garage. And like, it's got a seal along the bottom, right? Normal garage stuff. But there's been a chunk on the left side that's been missing just of the seal. So like, the rubber hits the ground, but then there's basically a little opening along the left side. I still haven't fixed it. I'll do it someday. And the chipmunks often come in and out of that little hole. I'm pretty sure they don't live in the garage. Like there's an area next to the garage that probably makes more sense for them to live in, but they go in and out of there pretty often, and they love to come out of that little hole and just kind of sit up and find a little seed pod to chew on for a while, and if something startles them, they'll dart back inside, and it's always extremely cute. Gap is so weird it honestly looks like it was cut on purpose. Interesting thought. I feel like it's probably more likely that it got torn, and then maybe like that there was a dangling chunk that somebody tore off at some point or something like that. They absolutely hang out in there though. They started digging in the pots I had in the garage over winter. Oh, I did not know that. Or maybe I just forgot or tried to forget. Tangling Chunk was my punk band. Yeah, as soon as I said that, I was like, I'm sure she told me about that, and I just forgot. I like these chunks. I think we need to artfully arrange them in a convincingly smashed manner. So, I guess I'll bring these in all as separate pieces. I was initially thinking I would bring it in as one piece, but due to the height limit on a bitmap object, I don't think that will work out well. So I will copy them all to the scrapbook. We'll paste them in, and then we can actually arrange them in the room, which will be a little easier to figure out how to make it look nice. Oh, wow, it's 2:15. I've occasionally thought how it'd be cool if I could just stream until, well, actually, I don't know for sure if Sonneveld is streaming tonight, but he often does. But that's not till like 3, but it's already 2:15, so maybe I could do that. I'm just trying to figure out if I copied this piece already. I don't think I did. Yeah, it's 2:15, huh? Like, for me, that's not weird, but for you, it's kind of late. All right, I think I got them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So as long as we have 7 different pieces when we paste them all in, we got them all. Okay. Foyer, or foyer if you prefer. Are you two only awake at the same time for a couple hours a day? No. Most of the day. I might not sleep enough. It's fine. Okay, we need to get the unsmashed vase in here because I want the bottom piece to be in the same spot, right? What is that? It's got to be down a ways. Vase. There we go. Okay. It says, oh man, I love sleeping too much to not sleep enough. I mean, I get it. And I also agree, but I don't know. I guess it just doesn't always work out for me. Okay. So, bottom chunk. I think we'll leave that shadow underneath it as well. Unsecret Crush said there was a period of time when we started living together where we got on opposite sleeping schedules and it sucked a lot. Yeah, that was not great. But the current situation is okay, I think. Looks right. Yeah, that's great. I love seeing that beautiful vase destroyed. If anyone did not watch my playthrough of the original Colossal Cave text adventure, there's a vase in the game. It's a treasure. For some reason, when I found it, my immediate instinct was to smash it. Like, I guess I thought there might be a treasure inside it. Like, I don't know. But the game, what did the game say? Oh, it was a very good quote. I think I wrote it down because, like, I think we need to get that quote in this game. You can't be serious, is what it said when I tried to smash the vase. You have a deep hatred of priceless vases. I guess I do. Probably not as deep as my hatred of video game rugs at this point. But close. Hinton said, I'll stop making fun of your sleep habits now. It's okay. They're worth making fun of, I think. They're not. They're not great. Throw the priceless vase onto the floor and it shatters into many worthless shards. Okay, yeah. I should look that up. I think we should accurately pay tribute to that. It's important. Scrapbook. So we got that, and this is number 5 in the scrapbook. Oops. They keep going. Well, I guess it's okay if I resize this, because ultimately we're going to copy all these pieces out and not save. You can't be serious was the response for trying to pick up the shards. Oh, okay. I'll repeat this comment until you read it. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry I missed it. How many times did I miss it? Just once, maybe? So we can get that in as well if you try to take the shards. You know, at one point I realized this. I don't need to close the scrapbook every time. I can just click on the other window, but I keep forgetting that. Like, working without Multifinder, which is the basically the ability to use multiple apps at the same time, like, kind of forces you to get in this habit of closing things. But like, the whole point of the scrapbook is you can have it open along with another program. I'm just making things difficult on myself. Okay, so there's all our pieces. So my thought is, like, we want to make this look like believable that you smashed it, and these are just kind of where all the chunks landed, right? It seems really tricky to do that, though. But it seems like they should kind of be going off in every direction. I can't decide how, like, there should probably be some that are, you know, way across the room. This chunk is still bothering me for some reason. I don't know why. It just feels weird. I guess yeah, that's what it is. It's like, it's tilted to the right, and it looks like it's sitting in a way that it wouldn't. It might bother me enough to change that. It seems like if this was a piece curved like this, you know, the left side would fall down to be more level with the right. One too many. Yeah, that's fair. You read my comment before it and then Culinary's comment after it. Yeah, I do that a lot. I try so hard not to, but I find it very difficult. Like, I think what happens is, like, you know, I look over at chat and I see a comment, and then, you know, I'm trying to, you know, make sure I didn't miss anything. But since I've, like, you know, one caught my eye out of order, like, I can't just go back and read them in order. So I do my best to, you know, find the ones that I missed. And sometimes I screw up. And I apologize for that. I feel like we need more. Maybe I'll do a couple really tiny bits. I'm going to fix this one and get 2 really small chunks. So let's select all of this and put it in a separate object. No. And then we'll create smashed face. Stream Ghost getting too used to having all our comments audible on stream. Okay. We're done with that. Before I forget, let's set the object properties. So this will start out in storage. And we're not going to let you pick it up, so it's a mobile. If you try to pick it up, we'll say you can't be serious. Bad news, I'm out of water. Why did I do that? That's not what I want. Oh, yeah. Here's the thing I was thinking about. This is kind of in regards to my birthday stream. I'm curious if y'all don't mind sharing, how many of my channel points do you currently have? We want artwork. Face. 65K? Wow, really? Wow, Culinary has 98.2K after I lost that big bet. Wow, Unseeker Crush 200K. Okay. Fascinating. Maple Mystery 40.9K. Wow, all right. I won't worry too much then. I was a little worried that some people might be like very low on points or something just because I decided to do the sound effects as rewards and all of that. But obviously I was worrying too much. Salt Ranger has 150K after winning a large bet. Against me. How could you? All right. So I want to make this so it's sitting more level. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can... Maybe I'll just make it like a bigger chunk. Like, there's no reason I can't do that. Yeah, the sound effects are very cheap. It's hard to know. Like, I always have so many points in other people's channels. But I don't know. That looks a little weird to me. I think this pointy bit is not... Not quite what I want. It's easy to have a lot of points if you never spend them. Yes. Yes. Thank you for the flush. Eventually, I'll turn the right pixels on or off. Maybe I should just scrap this and start over. I guess I do kind of like that this is, like, convincingly a chunk of the, you know, narrow part of the stem, I guess. So I guess I'll keep going with it until it looks right to me. I'd probably have a lot less points if you had to redeem to flush a large amount of them down the toilet. That is a pretty good idea. I will consider it. Hello, Sleepy Mushroom. Welcome. Ah, there we go. I like that. This edge of it is what I was going for now. It's got a nice curve to it. And I think the rest of it is okay-ish. Yeah, I like that a little better. Call that good. So I'm working on, we're making a game in World Builder, which is a program from 1986 for the original Macintosh. It was created by William C. Appleton, originally for one of the first point-and-click adventure games, which was called Enchanted Scepters. And then a couple years after that, the engine itself was released for other people to make games in. And I played around with it a lot as a kid, and I thought it'd be fun to do some streams. We started out playing Enchanted Scepters, and now we're making our own game in it. So currently, specifically, I am drawing a smashed and destroyed version of this vase, and we're working in Mac Paint to create that art. Does it run okay? That's an interesting question. Like, it's definitely slow in some ways, but it's not that bad. And, you know, we're able to speed things up if we need to, since it's running on top of a modern Mac. So thank you for the follow. Welcome. Unsecret Crush said, like my well, create point scarcity by encouraging folks to toss their point down a well with no benefits. Yeah, I did kind of consider that at one point, but I couldn't really think of a funny thing to do for it. Which is it's surprising that I didn't think of flush your points down the toilet, given my flush sound effect. Salt Ranger said, one streamer I follow has very few redeems, but one is 100K to praise my gambling prowess, and everyone claps when it is redeemed. Wonderful. That reminds me of Sonneveld has I think it's a 1 million point redemption that's just called Sing. And allegedly, if you redeem that, he would sing. But I believe his plan is to raise the cost of that over time so that no one can ever actually get there. But I do, it's fun when people have absurdly high point rewards. I should maybe try to think of something for that. It's very tempting. Can you hop in and play, or does the engine allow that? Yeah, we can switch back and forth. I will show you a little bit of the game in a minute here. I want to finish creating some chunks of this vase here. But I think the last couple pieces I have are going to be very simple. Just small little shattered bits. We'll give them a little thickness. Yeah, that's fine. Not trying to do anything too fancy with these. Trying to make this one look a little bit different. Yeah, that'll do. Also, thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Okay. Save that. And I'll show you a little bit of the game here. So this arrangement of windows is kind of the standard World Builder interface. You can actually change how the two windows are arranged however you want, but I decided to go with the classic. And then you have a commands menu here with a bunch of options. You have some weapons. We don't really have fighting in our game, but we do kind of have a puzzle that revolves around the goofy little weapon system. And then you can click on things. For example, we can get a close-up of this sign here. And then you can also type things. So we can go east from here. And we can open this book drop, which is unfortunately jammed. I'll just show you some more of the rooms we have here. That's a door that's locked, We have a greenhouse here we can go into. And there's a pot here that we could perhaps plant some things in. And here's a dog that is a little upset at the moment. And then we also have, I'm going to do a cheat code we put in the game just so we can test things quickly. We have this fun little device here, which is my favorite part of the game. It's called the Little Sweetie, and it's a lovely teal plastic with a 3.5-inch monochrome display and a row of bright pink rubbery buttons along the bottom. And this is, in our game world, a device that was released in 1999 and is a little handheld email device marketed to girls. And so we have some messages that appear on it and various puzzles relating to it, including the unlocking there. That's just a temporary code. So we have a puzzle where you have to figure out the actual code to unlock it. But yeah, that should give you a bit of an idea of what we're doing here. Pizza's out for delivery. That's very exciting, Hinton. Hinton says you should 100% have a very cheap and very expensive flush redemption. So would that just be like, would it be different somehow? Would it be a flush that goes on for just an absurdly long time? Or is it just the exact same thing? It's just a real expensive version. Unsecret Crush says, okay, I'm going to put my phone down and try sleeping again. I wish you luck. I will try to not talk about anything interesting at too high of a volume. Hinton says, I imagine the exact same things. Yes, good. Okay. What was I doing? I had my chunks. We got to get the rest of the vase chunks in here. How long does the asset take to make? I'm assuming that there are pre-builds within the engine since you said that you were making it since childhood. You make all the assets when you were younger. Oh, okay. So to be clear, the game we're working on now, we started in March and we started from scratch. The first stream of it, I had not prepared in any way. I didn't even have any ideas of how to, create the game or, what the story was going to be or anything like that. So we talked about things on stream, and we started off with a suggestion of what the first scene could be. And we had a bunch of great suggestions, and we did some polls, and the suggestion that won was Bus Stop in Purgatory. So that was the starting scene that you saw there. And we've kind of just gradually built the game around that. So yeah, everything you've seen here was created mostly on stream. Occasionally, I've done some things off stream. I try to, keep anything particularly interesting on stream. Bolt, hello. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hinton says, pizza time. Stay rad until Sonneveld starts streaming. Maybe. I'll do my best. We shall see. Oh, it's 2:38 already. I think we can. Sometimes he starts late, and again, I don't actually know if he's streaming tonight, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. I think I got everything. Are you in the industry? No. I am a software developer for Mac and iOS, but I do not do anything game related. So, there's a little bit of overlap there, but very little. Okay, so we have this piece, tiny little shard, this other tiny shard, and this bigger chunk to replace that one that I didn't like. Okay. I guess I can put this back in. Like, we can select this all and copy it and see it in the actual room. Just to make sure I'm happy with it all. You're welcome, Bolt. Hope your streams have been great. How have you been enjoying Disco Elysium? I feel like this one's maybe a little too far out. Have you released any games before? I'd love to play them. No. Honestly, this is going to be my first release. And you will need, unfortunately, an older macOS system to play it. I am also planning to port it to Playdate, which, if you're not familiar with it, is a very cute little handheld system. I actually have mine right here. It's this tiny little handheld, and it has a screen on it that is also like old Macs. It has a monochrome screen. It's a much higher resolution, so you can get a lot more detail in it. But it seemed like a great fit for the game, so I have decided to port the game to that. But that's what I'll be working on next. But I will also release this version for anyone that wants to go through the trouble of getting a setup that can run it. It seems like a decent arrangement. Yeah, it's like a tiny little Game Boy. I keep reaching for my water because my mouth's a little dry and it's empty. So I'm gonna go just take a short break, and I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay. So I missed a couple comments. Bolt said, Disco Elysium is really good. I died from kicking a chimney. Wonderful. Also, rip. Bolt also said crank it, which is a very good point. I should have demonstrated the crank. Kind of the standout feature of this system. So this on the side here, you just slide out and flip it around. And it's a little crank you can turn. And it's basically just a different form of input that games can use however they want. And then of course you also have a nice D-pad and A and B buttons. And then this is also a button that opens a like system menu, but you can also put some options for your game in there if you want. And then it's just a lock button on top. It's also got lots of lovely little animations. This is actually the port of the game. It doesn't do too much yet. I've just been kind of experimenting with how I can translate this to a fully point and click as opposed to a combination of point and click and text parser input like we have in World Builder itself. Does the crank feel good? Yeah, it feels very solid. Like this is metal. The handle part is plastic, but it feels very sturdy and just is satisfying to turn around. So yeah, it's extremely well engineered. They actually Panic worked with Teenage Engineering on this, so they did a lot of the hardware design, I believe, and they have a lot of experience in that, and it definitely shows. Sleepy Mushroom asks, so can it be ported to modern platforms? Like, is that difficult because of different architectures between Windows and Mac due to the engine? Or is this a personal project that you're just doing for the hell of it? Yeah, I'm definitely just doing it for the hell of it. Like I said, I've also decided to port it to Playdate, but again, that's, just kind of for fun. I've been thinking about making a Playdate game for a while, and I've been enjoying working on this, and I'm happy with how it's coming along. And again, since it's monochrome, it felt like a good fit, and I already have a good point to start from. So this seemed like a good opportunity to finally make a Playdate game. In terms of porting it, like, I basically just have to rewrite it. There's not really any other way to do it. The programming language in World Builder is its own custom thing, and it's extremely limiting, so I wouldn't really want to port this code. Like, I would much rather just take the logic and rewrite it in a way that is easier to manage and makes more sense if I'm gonna put it on a modern platform. Yeah, I like that. Oops. Actually, let's do this. I can just delete this floor since I'm not going to save this. I just need to select all the objects so I can copy them out of here. Nope. The true fidget spinner. Thank goodness they didn't go seek assistance from Ouya. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Gonna buy a Playdate. Nice. I'm always happy to introduce people to it. I think it's a really neat system. And like, one of the cool things they did with it is that it comes with a season of games. I'm blanking on the exact number, but if you go to play.date, they'll, tell you about it there. But you get a bunch of games, and like, as soon as you get yours and set it up, you get 2 games to start with. And then every week after that, you'll get a couple more games. So it's just a neat way to, give you some new stuff every week, that is all included with the price of the system. And then they've also got, they recently added a catalog where you can, get lots of other games from, and it's very open, so you can buy stuff, games that people are selling online and just sideload them. They have lots of different ways to do that very easily, and of course you can write your own games for it as well. Yes. Okay, so let's write a little code for this. I would love to be able to smash this vase before we finish up tonight. We might not write all the code, but we can at least get some vase smashing code in here. Do we have a vase smashing sound? That is a really good question. Oh, I'm opening up my soundboard here, and it appeared in an unexpected place. So I have a soundboard loaded up with all of the sounds available to us in World Builder. Thank you for the loon bolt. I'm trying to find if there's anything. There's nothing labeled smash. We have smack. I don't think is going to be right. Yeah. Breaking. That's breaking glass, but I think it might be close enough. I think that works, right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. We can create our own sounds, but I don't want to break an actual vase just for World Builder. So that's probably not the best option here. We don't have to have a sound effect for this, but it'd be nice if we did, since it's a pretty dramatic thing to do. I'm just kind of looking through the list here to see if there's anything else that sounds like it might be remotely useful for this. Probably not the sheep. We could have a very cartoon ricochet sound. I don't think that's right. Sword swoosh. Thank you for the scream bolt. Twang. Ugh. Yeah. So I think breaking glass is our winner. Okay, so this code is for opening and closing the bathroom door, and then entering the bathroom. And then we have some code if you try to do north, because there's just kind of a weird void there. So let's put this, we'll put it up here. Thank you for the grunting, Efton. Okay, so let's start from the beginning here. So if you search the room or click on the vase, actually let's exit out of here and let's look at how I did this. This is very similar in terms of game mechanics to the book drop. So I want to write the code for this in a pretty similar way. It's just the ultimate solution is a little bit different. But I want to make sure we support, similar text commands and stuff like that. So we have the initial book drop, and then we have, if the book drop is open, there are some different actions. So I'm just going to copy all that. A lot of that we won't need, but it'll give us a good starting point. Okay, so in here, search. Okay, yeah. So if the book drop is open and you search, then it will give you a description of what, suggesting that there's something inside it, which is what we're going to do with the vase as well. Okay, so we want the search. We want to be able to look inside. Actually, all of this needs to move up here. Because unlike the book drop, you don't need to open it first. I'm just trying to think of how to do things here. So I think if you click on it, that'll effectively be the same thing as searching it. I think that is appropriate. So let's see. When it's unbroken, I think it's just titled vase. So if you click on the vase or type search, and then we also want to allow like looking in the vase, which is for the book drop code, it's handled down here, which I think we need to split it up in a similar way. All this we do not need. Okay, so let's write something here if you look inside the vase. So we'll just say something kind of similar. It's a bit dark inside the vase, but you can, whoops, you can make out something at the bottom. And then, so here we have, it gets a little more complicated if we want to support looking in. So we make sure you're typing a command that refers to the vase in some way. Is there another way of referring to the vase that we should allow? Jar is kind of all I can think of, but I don't know that we really need to support that. So basically what I'm going to do here is if you say any phrase that includes both look and vase, then we'll interpret that as the person trying to look in the vase. Ideally, we would be a little more, specific about what they need to type, but the text parser in this is very limited, so we try to be flexible. What is a book drop? If you have a library, like would have a place where you can return your books, if they're closed or whatever. So like there's typically like a metal thing that you pull on a handle and it opens up and then you put your book in and it slides in and goes inside the building. So this is going to give the same output as above. Yeah, pottery. I think pottery is a valid suggestion. I think I'm going to leave it at vase for now, though. Unless you're convinced like that's what you would actually type if you wanted to look at this object. If that's what you're suggesting, then I'll add it. A lot of the things I've struggled with in creating this are like how to determine what people would actually try to type to interact with various objects. In some cases, we probably mention the vase in text, and if we don't, we should. Because that's a good way to tell people how to refer to something, is just, describe it. So we have look in the vase, and then we're also going to support reaching in the vase. So in this case, very similar to the book drop. You put your hand inside the vase, but you can't quite reach what's in the bottom. I'm trying to think of, like, we talked about, like, I was suggesting that if you picked it up and turned it upside down, like, either the cloth would fall out or you could at least, reach in there enough to pull it out. I'm trying to decide if it makes sense to describe attempting to do that. I guess we'll go all out and try to describe something like that. You try picking up the vase and turning it upside down, but no matter what you do, you can't seem to get the cloth. I started to type cloth because that's what it is, but we haven't, until this point, described what it is. Maybe I'll say that it looks like a crumpled up piece of cloth when you look inside. That's fine. You can make out something at the bottom that appears to be a crumpled piece of fabric. That seems good. Okay, and then we want to add handling trying to smash the vase. You tried picking up the vase, but it's stuck to the floor. If you tried to move it, it would break. That's not a bad idea. I kind of like describing this struggle of actually picking it up and like trying to get it out, though. So I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I do wonder if maybe we should hint that you need to break it. Someone suggested pointing out cracks in it. I'm here for that, just being evil. Okay. Baltimore says, the monkey dilemma. Hand goes in, but is too big to remove with item. Yes. This is a part where I think we want to be as flexible as possible. So get your suggestions in chat. Different ways to, different verbs to use for smashing a vase. So like smash, break, destroy, shatter. Those are all valid, I think. And we'll get as many options as we can in here. My goal is to handle a reasonable number of options that people would naturally try to use. So like, don't try to think of like obscure options or anything like that. Just something you think someone might actually try typing. Smash, break, destroy. I know I said 4, but I can't remember what the other one I said was. Attack, sit on. I was thinking that hit would be appropriate. Oh, right. I was also thinking about how we have this weapons menu, and there are options to use your fists or feet. I don't know if there's a simple way to work that into this. There's possible ways to destroy the vase. I'll have to think about that. Shatter. Thank you. Smash, break, destroy, damage. Kick, punch, bite. Sure you can. Yeah, I think kick and punch are very good for sure. Especially since those are options in the weapons menu. I still don't know if there's a limit to how many ores we can put in one line, but so far I haven't found one. Let's see, I was going to do hit. I like that. I'm not putting all of these in. Like attack vase, that seems that seems valid, but also like a little unlikely someone would actually word it that way. Drop from a great height. Push and pull vase may tumble it. Yeah, I think we'll allow those. It would make sense to respond to those in some way. Like, definitely push for sure. That suggests kind of an attempt to knock it over. And I think pull is reasonable enough to just give the same result. All right, I'm happy enough with that. Like that's more generous than we've been with most of our commands. And I'm hoping we can eventually get some people to play test this, and maybe we can add some more options once people have had a chance to try it. Bop it. Okay, so now we need our code that actually smashes the vase. So we're going to start out with sound, breaking glass. So that'll play the sound effect. Ooh, so this is kind of interesting in that we need to describe destroying the vase in a way that works for any of these commands. Or we could split this up. Like this could be multiple if statements, and we could handle different responses with a slightly different description. I think for now, I'll just try to type something that's very generalized. Like, you smash the vase open. I've said this many times in the past. My brain is just unable to write interesting sentences while I'm streaming. So I'll probably come back and tweak this later. We'll just say for now, you smash the vase open. Oh, right. No, we were going to do the... I completely forgot. We were going to do the Colossal Cave response. What was that? Culinary got something that was close to it earlier in chat. I don't know if I can scroll back far enough, but I'm trying. I think I'm almost there. You throw the priceless vase to the floor and it shatters into many worthless shards. Okay. That doesn't necessarily work for all of these, but I'm going to put that in for now. I am going to verify that text. I'm going to make a note to myself. Check vase text from Colossal Cave. Did not type that correctly, but that's okay. It's just a note. I believe I want to use the actual text from Colossal Cave for that. Just because I think it'd be funny. And I also just remembered that I wanted to, when you look at the vase, make it very clear that it's just like a priceless and beautiful vase that, has great value. Thank you, Culinary, for repeating that. I had scrolled way back up, so I found your previous post before I was able to see that you posted again, but I appreciate it regardless. Okay, so we have that. And here we want to describe the vase a little. The vase here is beautifully made. It looks highly valuable. Again, I'll improve that a bit later. Just want to get the gist of it in there. We also need to respond to trying to take the vase. Did I ever talk about... Yeah, I think I talked about this at the beginning of stream. I tried to add some code for taking the light bulb from the front of the totally normal house. And for some reason, the game would not respond to those commands. I don't understand that. But we're gonna respond to trying to take the vase. And I think we'll just say, you can pick it up, but it's far too heavy to carry around. I'm worried this, you can pick it up, suggests that that's something you want to do. Let's say you can barely pick it up. It's far too heavy to carry around. That works. The vase is beautiful. It would be tragic if anything happened to it. That's very good. I'm not going to put that in now, but I'm adding that to my notes. I will probably put something very close to that in when I clean this up later. A vase like this would not fit in your pocket. Okay. Did I mostly finish that? Oh, right. We also need to actually smash the vase. So we need to move out the unsmashed vase, which I believe is just titled vase. So move vase to storage. And then move smashed vase to scene. That looks correct. All right. Let's see if that works. Trying to remember, is this the latest I've streamed actually? It might be. Okay, so we're just going to cheat and go into the house so we don't have to unlock it. Okay, you're standing in the foyer of the house. In front of you is an archway that leads to complete darkness. There's a stairway up and a doorway to the east, and a door to the east. So I think at some point we want to mention the vase in the description. Again, just so you know, we're giving the player a way to refer to this vase up front, so they can do different things with it. Oh, what did I? Ooh. Let's see what happens if I search. You find nothing unusual. Okay, I think I forgot to update a reference to the book drop. And I don't think any of the code we just wrote is able to actually run. Still early days, barely 5 p.m. It's wonderful for you. Foyer. Yeah, so we check if the book drop is in the scene, which is obviously incorrect. So the reason for this check is all of this code only applies to the vase being in its unbroken state. So once it's broken, the vase object is no longer in the scene, and none of this code will do anything. Let's go ahead, since we're back in here already, let's go ahead and add... Oh, right. We also need to, at some point, draw a crumpled up piece of cloth and have that appear. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. So if smashed vase is in the scene, and you click on it... I'm trying to think... Should we respond to clicking on the smashed vase as though you're trying to take it? I think we will treat clicking on the smashed vase as more of a looking at it. The vase has been smashed into many tiny pieces. And then if you try to take it, so if you try to take vase or something along those lines, then we will say you can't be serious. Which again is lifted directly from Colossal Cave. So we don't... Well, I guess we'll respond to look with the same response. That makes sense. And then take... Can't be serious. Great. So I think that is all correct now. I'm just kind of checking things over for any other obvious issues. Looks good. The vase is ruined. I hope you're happy. British narrator from Laura Bow 2. Nice. That reminds me, I put a you pick it up and place it in your purse somewhere, but I can't remember now where I put that. Stop, you don't know where it's been. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been. Okay, cheat house. All right. Does this actually work now? So let's search. The vase here is beautifully made. It looks highly valuable. It's a bit dark inside the vase, but you can make out something at the bottom that appears to be a crumpled piece of fabric. It's Ziggy's head. What? Oh, okay. Continue to quote Laura Bow. It took me a minute to understand. I actually, when I saw Ziggy, I thought of the comic book character Ziggy. I was like, does the vase look like that shape or something? As a huge Laura Bow fan, that makes me so happy. Wonderful. Those games are great, especially the first one. Like, it's in terms of like the game as a whole, I love the Colonel's Bequest, but there's lots of bits of the Dagger of Amun-Ra that are great as well, especially the narration. Please add I'm not putting my lips on that Easter egg somewhere. I'll consider it. I've added this to my notes. Okay. So, we can click on it. We get the same response. Let's look in vase. Same response. Take the vase. You can't move it. Okay, so that's interesting. I believe what's happening there is that's a default response from the game engine, because we're saying to take the exact item name, but it's an immobile object is the way it's programmed. I don't understand why our code isn't happening first. This seems a little bit similar to what I ran into with the light bulb outside the house.
Hello.
Hello. You can add it for Agent Scully if someone says kiss the skull. I will make a note of this as well. Colonel's Bequest is my favorite of the two, but Dagger was what I started with when I was a kid. Nice. I did not play either of those games until last year. I think it was last year when I first played Colonel's Bequest. But honestly, I think Colonel's Bequest is my favorite Sierra game overall. Just very, very cool game design. Like, I'm generally not... Well, I don't know if I want to necessarily say this, but like, I feel like it's tricky to do a game where like you can miss a ton of stuff and still complete the game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. But in the case of Colonel's Bequest, like it's a combination of it's done very well, in my opinion, and also like it's short enough that it doesn't feel like too much to ask to simply play the game again to find things that you missed. Like I, pretty much immediately wanted to go back in and start, figuring more stuff out. Certainly with a much, much longer game, I would be frustrated by, being able to complete it and totally missing stuff that I would have to, replay it again from the start to see. Yes, also, I'm just going to give Maple Mystery another shout out. She has been working on a game called The Crimson Diamond, which is very much inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. And there's a demo on Steam, and I think that's on itch as well. But if you go to that link there, crimsondiamond.com, you can check that out if that sounds like fun. And it's definitely fun. I'm very excited to play the full game. That's why the ending quiz section of Dagger stresses me out so much, because you can beat it and not be able to pass the quiz. Yeah. I wouldn't say I dislike that. Like, I thought that worked almost as well, but it was definitely different, and I feel like not quite as successful. But I do appreciate that they tried to do something a little different with it. Okay, so our take vase command didn't work. I'm going to make a note about that. But we should be able to like reach in the vase. You put your hand inside the vase, but you can't quite reach what's in the bottom. You try picking up the vase and turning it upside down, but no matter what you do, you can't seem to get the cloth out. So, yeah, we definitely need some amount of suggestion that we're gonna need to break this thing. Welcome, Bjorn to Bjorn. Sorry I just joined. Haven't watched a lot, but have you tried using ChatGPT to make these difficult decisions? No. We did at one point try using some sort of like AI art generator to create some reference art for us, and it didn't go well. So I think we have abandoned AI. Okay. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should test before we smash it. I probably should have made a note of the different commands we put in, but I think we'll go ahead and we'll kick it. Oh, I forgot to copy the sound over. So that looked great, but we didn't get the sound. You throw the priceless vase to the floor and it shatters into many worthless shards. So definitely we'll want to change that. Like, I like that response. But we'll want to change that up a little bit if you do something where, it doesn't quite fit with that response. Thank you. I'm glad you are enjoying it. Okay, so let's get that sound in there, and then we can really enjoy that smashed face. So we have a sound file here that includes all the sounds that we're actually using in the game. I've been trying to keep track of how big things are getting here. We're still doing okay, but it's starting to get up there. We're approaching... We're starting to get near 300K. We're trying to keep the total game under 400K if we can. But I think ultimately, if we exceed that, then we'll just have it so if you want to play the game on an original Mac that only has a 400K floppy, you'll just have to play it without sounds. Or maybe we can figure out a way to have a smaller sound library that just has the most important sounds for those folks. I definitely want to make sure the game is playable on an original Mac, just because that would make me happy. But if it's without sounds, I can live with that. No worries, Puzzle. I'm glad you are excited about Maple's game. Okay, so back to the foyer. Oh wait, no, we're doing sounds. Got distracted. So that's the sound library we're copying into, and this is the source library. So we just got to scroll through here until we find there's Breaking Glass. Copy that out. And go back to our library. Oops, sorry about the bonk. Just adding a little dot to remind myself that I've copied that over. Okay, and now we should get the sound effect, hopefully. Cheat house, whoops. Okay, so let's just go ahead and... What else did we put in here? Destroy the vase. There we go. That was beautiful. Very satisfying. Okay, so again, after you do that, I think what we'll do, obviously this wouldn't necessarily make the cloth come flying out, but generally the way World Builder stuff goes, if you do an action that allows you to discover an item, it'll just kind of appear on the ground in an appropriate place where you can then pick it up. So I think that's what we'll do. Like, we'll just have an object that appears out here that is a little crumpled ball of fabric. So yeah, we did good. I think. Okay, good. Sonneveld is either... Yes, he is live. Okay, great. We did it. We did everything we wanted. We got lots done. We streamed way too late, and also now we can rate Sonneveld, which is wonderful. Also, he has apparently promised to actually play Discworld tonight. He does a fun setup where he starts with like a more actiony game. Right now he's been playing Biomenace, and then he switches over to generally an adventure game, which currently is Discworld. But last time he got so into Biomenace that he'd never switched over, which was honestly a lot of fun. But yeah, that's it for tonight. We did great. We made a ton of progress. We even made a little progress in the Lost Island of Alana. So we will continue this next week. As I've said many times, there's always a possibility I might do a bonus stream, but that'll just happen when it happens. Mostly say that because Unsecret Crush sometimes has plans on Sunday, which makes it a good bonus stream time, but I'm not sure if that is true this Sunday. I was previously thinking I might do a Playdate dev stream next, but I feel pretty good about the progress we're making, and I want to continue that. So I think I'll hold off on that for now. It's a point redemption of mine, Biomenace. Yes, for 10 minutes. Yes, which is great. That's a fun idea for a redemption. What was I going to say? Oh, Tuesday I will be starting a new game. So I said at the end of last Tuesday's stream that I would be playing Silent Hill next. And that is still a possibility, but I remembered that I ordered a copy of X-Files the game. I believe that is its proper title. It was released in, I want to say, 95. Thank you for the thanks, Efton. And I'm not sure when that's going to arrive, but there's a chance I might have it by Tuesday. And there's a chance I might be too excited to not play that. I'm also kind of excited because I ordered a sealed copy of it on eBay because it was relatively cheap. And I was like, whatever, that sounds fun. So I went for it. So when I get that, I'll have the opportunity to open up for the first time live on stream, and hopefully it won't be full of like CD dust or something. But yes, it is an FMV game. I believe it's written by Chris Carter. You don't play as Mulder or Scully, but they are in the game. And also, my personal most excited about part is that you get to use an Apple Newton in the game, which I love a game where you can use a weird little computer. That's why we have the little sweetie in our World Builder game. And definitely the Apple Newton is a weird little computer. So I'm super excited about that. So if I get it before Tuesday, there's a very good chance I'll just do that instead. And we'll play Silent Hill another time. But that's the plan. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all very much. I hope you have a great weekend. And I'm like ready to say goodbye here, but I didn't actually start the raid yet. So let's do that. There we go. We're good to go. Thank you again. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you around. Bye.